Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and we got to go big game hunting this morning, y'all. We going big game hunting. Be sure to wipe your feet coming into the House of Revolution. That's hitting that like button. We got to do some big game hunting. Standing up for the community. We got to get into this today. Jackson, Mississippi's war on blacks. We got to look into this. What's going on? Some very underhanded things. Salute soldier. Black men being killed and buried without their family members knowing. What? Oh, we got to talk about this. We definitely got to look into this. Stand up for our brothers and sisters in Jackson, Mississippi. I don't mind coming down there because I am the big game hunter. This is what I love to do. This is the real work. Standing up when the authorities is abusing my people. People of power. This when Cuff Figure really shine and at my best. And I'm not gonna stand by with my people down there going through some things, but I need the community to come together in Jacksonville. Stop all that blackface Ku Klux Klan activity and come together behind what's going on to y'all. So let's look into what are you talking about, King. Wow. We're gonna start with, I seen this morning. Second black man buried in Jackson, Mississippi without his family members knowing. Second, I had heard about the first one, but I didn't look too much into that because we've been so busy. But when I seen this, boy, what's going on in Jacksonville? Let's see what's going on.
An investigation by a CNN affiliate has revealed Jackson, Mississippi's police department did not publicly disclose the names of dozens of homicide victims this year. We recently told you about Dexter Wade, a man in Mississippi who was hit and killed by a Jackson Police Department vehicle and buried without his family's knowledge. Wade's mother told me about when police finally contacted her about her son months later.
Well, when they first called me and said, we found Dexter, I said, oh, Lord, let him be okay. So I said, where he at or what's, going on with him? She said, well, I'll let Officer Gerard come out there and talk to you. And right then, when she said that, it's just my heart dropped because I knew, I just knew that he was deceased.
New reporting by CNN affiliate WLBT has now revealed a similar case. 40-year-old Mario Moore was killed in February, buried in the same pauper's field where Dexter Wade was buried. Moore's family did not find out about his death until October.
How many black men is buried in that field in Jackson, Mississippi? This is very disgusting because I got lined up. Jackson, Mississippi has been outrageously treating our brothers and sisters like crap down there. Very racist, bigots. They want the South to rise again. They love the bad old days for us, but the good old days for them. Arrogance. Black men dying, they're just burying them. Ooh, it's a lot more to this story, and we're gonna get salute to my brother. I'm doing this for you, Finn. I'm doing this for you, brother. I'm standing tall for Jackson today, brother. This is disgusting. If I gotta come down there, the big game hunter, and stand with y'all, lock arms, rally the community, I will. We're not gonna let Jackson, Mississippi, the police get away with this.
After seeing his name in WLBT's reporting on more than 20 homicide victims that Jackson police did not disclose to the public. Joining me now is the investigative reporter who brought this to light, CJ LeMaster, with CNN's affiliate there in Jackson. CJ, good to see you. This is, I want to say unbelievable, but not. It is heartbreaking. Tell us this story, because unlike Dexter Wade, who was killed by an off-duty officer,
we're gonna stay on top of this
man, get this story Mr. Moore, was found dead and then reported to police. What's his story?
So what happened here is a situation where he was killed by blunt force trauma. That's what we know. He was found wrapped in a tarp on a street in the western part of the city. And at that point, police claimed they did not, there were conflicting reports as to whether there was even ID found on him. But suffice it to say, it took some time for them to identify him. But at that point, all we know from the captain who was in charge of detectives for the department, he told us in an interview that essentially they sent a detective to a home that they found in connection with Moore. They left a card, and that was it. there was no follow-up. We pressed the captain for this in one of our interviews, and he didn't really have any explanation. He said, well, that is sufficient. Now, we know now that since all this had happened, since NBC and other national news agencies have picked up the story as well, that now the city of Jackson, the police department, for the first time has a death notifications policy, a 6-page policy. So that came out of this, but it took the family not finding out about this until October for any of this to happen and for the ball to be rolling. And I got to tell you, Victor, this is something. It was one thing for us to find out that there were 24 individual victims, 22 cases that the public, that we had not been told about. But to find out that one of those was a situation where the family wasn't told either, it like you said, it's heartbreaking. You can't fathom that.
Yeah. Let's listen to Mario Moore's sister, Marquita, here on what she expected from police.
How many times do you come back to notify the family if you did come here? Did you come back the next day? Did you try to follow up on your report?
And so what is the department doing now? These 24 individual victims, we now know that Moore's family has been notified. Are they trying again to reach out to the next of kin of these people?
So at this point, we don't know. In fact, the department has, as you might imagine, been fairly tight-lipped since these investigations have come forward, since these two cases in particular have garnered such national attention. The department only speaking through a city spokesperson at this point. But it seems, at least going forward, that this will be happening. But even when I tried to get information about these 24 victims, so we could even put that out there to try and help detectives, because you would think that detectives would need that information to the public so they could garner leads, they could look forward to developments in the case. We got very little. I'm saying maybe a paragraph's worth of information. And so that's part of the problem here. We talked to the captain about this, Captain Abraham Thompson, who, by the way, after our story came out, I think a day later, he was shifted. He's no longer over detectives in the department. He's not over a single certified officer. But he told us, he said, well, I'm not even really that frustrated that information didn't get out, because we don't want to put a time frame on solving these cases. And that sort of flies in the face of what you're familiar with, I'm sure. People, the first 48 hours are the most crucial when it comes to investigating homicides.
Yeah. And what more is Jackson saying about this specific case and what they are planning to do as they move forward? You say this new 6-page protocol.
So this new 6-page protocol, we actually just got a copy of it not long ago. I want to say it was a day or so ago that we finally got a copy of it through a records request. And essentially, it puts Jackson in line with other agencies, with other cities, frankly, smaller than Jackson, that requires every effort to be made to be able to contact these individuals when something happens. Keep in mind that the city actually has blamed this on a miscommunication, on a failure of communication, if you will, but recently has shifted that to blaming the coroner's office, because according to statute, the coroner's office does have responsibilities in notifying the family. And so what we saw with the Dexter Wade case, what we're seeing now with the Mario Moore case, is that there's this shifting of blame to the coroner's office. The coroner's office, as you might imagine, not returning our calls, not saying anything publicly about this. We may see more details when it, I would assume, becomes litigated at some point. Obviously, Ben Crump has been retained by both families here, and so hopefully we'll learn some answers through that. But it's certainly been incredibly frustrating to not really know and have any accountability in something like
this. Tell you this, salute family, we in the building. This pissed me off. I'm very pissed off about this, and I understand the families getting Ben Crump to come down there. I won't talk disparagingly about that, but I let Ben Crump them know it ain't gonna be shutting these families up so they can get a cash payment, and then we don't know why these brothers are being killed and buried without their loved ones knowing. I'll be damned. So Ben Crump them need to understand, you're not just going to come throw some money at the families, and then Benjamin Crump, not the best lawyer. We got to stop letting these Boule House niggas come put the lid on revolution. Hell no. And I feel the families' pain. They deserve whatever they want. I don't want to go with the families, but we can't let them say, okay, here goes some cash. Then we can't speak about. Well, hell no. And we don't want to hear no rule changes. You buried a man, didn't tell his family, nigga. You want to? Oh, we found him. I know you might have killed him. You might have killed him, Jackson police. You might have killed him. Ku Klux Klan in Jackson. Y'all think we stupid? Hell no. I'm not going for this. Y'all not gonna torture my people. Revolution been in the air. We've been watching some real revolution over in Palestine. Y'all got us fucked up. Y'all got us fucked up. You'll be treating my people like slaves. That's serious business. Now let's look into this first story because I didn't get into this. This is the first brother who was buried without his family knowing. We got to look into this. Jackson, Mississippi, they don't put on notice. Revolution in the air. They better believe we're not finna let our brothers and sisters be down there cornered off. Because I know the house niggas going to tell the outside people to keep the troublemakers away. Not fuck all that. The troublemakers is whoever killing black people and burying them in Jacksonville. That's who the troublemakers is. That's serious business, man. This is what I do. I'm the big game hunter. I stand up to these people. I love this. They got me fucked up. You killing my people? Burying them.
Will be laid to rest in Mississippi.
Must be crazy.
Now, that will be his second burial. The first time, his family didn't even know he died. Dexter's mother had not seen or heard from her son for a few days. This was on March 14th. So she called police in Jackson, Mississippi to report him missing. But police did not tell her that 9 days earlier, on the 5th, that her son had been hit and killed by an off-duty police officer in Jackson. They say it was an accident and that they were not able to identify him until days after the crash. They also say that they were not able to.
How we know this was an accident? How we know this was an accident? How we don't know? And how we know these brothers? And I don't want to say these brothers was working with the police. How we know, Salute Queen? How we know these brothers wasn't getting threatened to give them these cops information? Shaking. One of these brothers might have caught a case. Police want some information. He made a mistake. Next thing you know, they informant. And I don't want to give you no more info, whatever. Next thing you know, you dead, you buried. Oh, we accidentally killed them. No, you didn't. And we don't believe you accidentally killed none of these brothers. Ain't none of this no accident.
Get in touch with his family because Dexter's contact information was, quote, outdated. Dexter's mother says she was finally notified on August 24th, nearly 6 months later. By then, the family's attorney says Dexter had been buried in a pauper's field, his grave marked by a pole and a number. Well, now this past Monday, a new alleged miscommunication and new trauma. The family wanted to witness his body being exhumed so they could have an rather independent, I should say, autopsy and bury him properly. But when the family arrived at the agreed upon time, Dexter had already been exhumed.
This is how the system works. Is this what I'm living in? And I'm living in Mississippi. And this is what I got to deal with? That I don't even matter.
Joining us now is Dexter's mother, Betterstone Wade, and the family's attorney, Ben Crump. Welcome to you both. And Ms. Wade, let me start just with what you know about the circumstances surrounding your son's death. What have you been told that happened that night back in March?
Yes, back in March, they told me, well, back in March 5th, they said my son died. March 14th, I filed a missing report. And then August the 24th, they came tell me that my son, had deceased. So
first of all,
after then,
what deceased, that man was murdered, killed. Words matter. He didn't die in his sleep. I'm not trying to get on the mother. He didn't die in his sleep. He didn't die from cancer. Man was hit by an off-duty cop. What was that off-duty cop doing? I wonder, what was you doing, cop? That you accidentally ran this man over and then y'all decide to bury him.
I just started looking, where he at, trying to find out, what was going on with him and everything. So after I bought the body back and got his, death certificate and all that, then I started trying to find out what grave site or where he was located at. And so finally, someone came through to let me know, what grave site is and everything.
Jackson police.
Man, how many more black people is buried out there? Come on, Mississippi, y'all got a bad reputation. This is disgusting, man. Y'all don't even understand. This is disgusting. How many of our people, don't you not think it was Mississippi or Alabama? They had slaves in the 60s. Well, y'all better Google that. Y'all better Google that. Slavery was still going on. I'm talking about real slavery, not fake slavery. I'm talking about some of that 1820 slavery was still going on. That was in Alabama, Mississippi, probably both of them. This ain't no accident.
I apologize for interrupting, but Jackson police say that they tried to contact you. Do you have any record of a call from authorities during that period to tell you about your son?
No.
No record at all.
No, I don't.
Attorney Crump, did police know when Ms. Wade called on the 14th, did they have or have access to his name, his contact information, his address?
Victor, certainly they did. They found medication on him that had his doctor's office, and the doctor's office notified them that Ms. Bettison Wade, his mother, was his next of kin. But after we exhumed him, Victor, we found out that he had his wallet in his front pocket that had his state-issued driver's permit with his address where he lived with his mother. If they wanted to contact his next of kin, it would have been easy for them to do so, especially since his mother was suing the Jackson Police Department for.
I wonder how many young women, as they say, gone missing, is dead, or on some of these disgusting. Some of these people got land, bro. They got no trespassing on it. You don't know what the hell going on. You gotta understand this. Bunch of these bastards snatch black people up. They live the days of their great grandpa on these plantations. This is real. Black people gotta understand what's going on here. You know, and we gotta face it. We in danger. America's a disgusting, racist, bigoted place. We gotta face our fears, and we gotta let these bastards know that what's going on in Israel is the least of their goddamn worries. That's serious business.
Killing her brother.
What's going on in Ukraine? That's the least of their worries. Don't worry about Taiwan. So America got to understand that they're gonna get just what they're looking for, just what they've been dreaming about. God damn it! I heard a lot about civil war. Yeah, okay, cool, all right. Keep on, keep saying it.
Police officer was convicted.
You're gonna get what you're looking for.
So they knew exactly who Bettison Wade was, and Miss Wade and her family believes that it was a cover-up. And it was intentional that they did not contact her.
What do you know about what happened that night, March 5th, the night that Dexter Wade was hit and killed?
Our independent autopsy preliminary reports say that he was hit. His body was completely ran over. His leg was amputated. And so this was just a tragic Mississippi manslaughter. But it seems that the aftermath, the cover-up is worse. That's what Ms. Bettison had told me from day one.
Ms. Wade, tell me about those months from March 14th, where you first submitted that missing persons report, to late August, where you found out where your son was. What were you feeling? What was happening during that time?
Well, during that time, I was so angry that I couldn't find him. I was upset. I didn't know whether somebody had kidnapped him, where somebody was trying to torture him, or whether he had got trafficking, caught up in trafficking, or maybe somebody went with somebody and they did something to him. I just on my knees just praying, Lord, please let Dixon come home. Then I was all on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Please, if anybody saw Dexter, please, Dexter, if you're out there, you just don't want me to know where you are, just call and say, hey, Mom, I'm okay. I said, you don't have to come home. Just let me know you're okay. I was doing everything I could. Then I thought Jackson Police was working with me. And then I didn't want to go out there and do something to put him in harm. So I thought Jackson JPD would have blessed, somebody for me to contact to try to help me find my son. Tried to get him to put him on civil alert, everything. It just hurted me to my heart. I cried. I got up every morning searching. I get up early, trying to see, do I see anybody that knowed him? All his friends, nobody. I was just so hurt. I didn't know what to do, and I just cried. I just cried.
And when you got that information, you were called on August 24th, and they said that your son had already been buried. What did you feel? What went through your mind then?
Well, when they first called me and said, we found Dexter, I said, oh, Lord, let him be okay. So I said, where he at or what's, going on with him? She said, well, I'll let Officer Gerard come out there and talk to you. And right then, when she said that, it's just, my heart dropped because I knew, I just knew that he was deceased. And I felt so bad that I could not find him. It just made me feel bad. Yeah. And when they came and told me, it just hurted so bad. But then what really spiked everything, when they said a JPD cruiser ran over him. And the first thing I said, you mean to tell me y'all couldn't take his handprint to know who he belonged to?
Yeah. Ben, let me play for you the county administrator and the Jackson police chief here, what they say happened, did not happen, and changes that are going to be made.
Very unfortunate. No cover up or anything like that. Just miscommunication.
A goddamn boule coon house nigga got the nerve. Gee, this is the problem. This the problem. This what we deal with. This what I have to face when I'm trying to get some justice in my city. Bootlicking shoe shiners. But I let them know that's what they are. You heard them? No foul play. House nigga, are you out of your damn mind? Are you out your mind? Kenny Wayne Jones, you house nigga. Hell you mean? No foul play. What, because Whitey said so? Only way you know that, did you do it? You didn't do it? Well, shut the fuck up. I'm sick of these type of motherfuckers coming on here, shaming us, acting like the mother making up shit. Oh, come on. We don't need that hate here. This is a city of love. You tell that to the brothers who been killed and buried by the police.
Just miscommunication.
Miscommunication.
You would think that we will have a death notification policy.
Take a look. Come on, put y'all goddamn glasses on. Excuse me this morning. Y'all see that? Is he the police chief that's in front of me? That house nigga? The boule? So when we talking about the police that killed the man, we're not just talking about the white cops. Because I didn't deal with these black-faced Ku Klux Klan member police officers talking about they not black, they bleed cop blue. Yeah. We deal with that. And here we have, so this is how Massa get to say, hey, how can it be racist? You run by, you have black administrators, you have a black police chief, what, them Greek freak divine nine house niggas? They in on it. What you mean? They beating brothers left and right, sisters knocking them out. This gotta stop. This is nonsense. We got to deal with these type of people. We can't be letting the same niggas come to the church and blame the white man the whole time they in power.
Also, but we do not. We do not. But we will as of today. We understand what the state statute says about the coroner and notifications. But we want to make sure that we are giving the best police service to our citizens. So
and you ain't, house nigga. You not giving the best police services to your citizens. Too many brothers and sisters getting killed by blackface Ku Klux Klan members. You not protecting them. You letting a bunch of illegals come into your city. Yeah, you one of them type of Democrats. Now, when your officers is killing brothers, running them over, and then just burying them, and they don't respect you, nigga. That was what black people find out. It's always been cats like this the whole time through our suffering. They always been there. This the overseer of blacks. That's all he is. It's an overseer, buck breaker. Now they send him out there. You go let them people know this ain't racist. It's just a misunderstanding, a miscommunication. What? You got to be crazy.
We have a death notification policy that is signed as of today and will roll out today.
Your reaction to what you heard there, Ben?
Victor, it's hard to take anything they say with a leap of faith, considering that they knew who Miss Bettison was and they certainly knew from day one. On day one, they knew who Dexter Wade was. All they had to do was come knock on her door, say, we regret to tell you your son was killed in an accident with one of our police cruisers, but they did not. And so we had to exhume his body, just like in Mississippi, they had to exhume Emmett Till to get some justice. And then they had to exhume Medgar Evers in Mississippi to get some justice. Now in 2023, we had to exhume Dexter Wade to get some justice. And we need the Department of Justice to investigate, because they killed her brother, they killed her son, and Miss Wade and her family believes in both situations. They are trying to cover them up. The officer was convicted for killing her brother, a Jackson police officer, and they have been fighting her ever since. She doesn't trust any of the Mississippi local officials.
Ms. Wade, we are so sorry that you have lost your son, especially to have lost him in this way. I'll be thinking of you. Thank you so much for you.
No, we're not going to stand for this. We're not going to stand for that. I don't give a damn what no shoe shine to say. We're not standing for them lynching, beating, killing our brothers. See, that the most disgusting part is, nigga, you buried them. They tell you the cover up worse than the crime at times. Nigga, this cover up may be worse than the crime. You buried that man without letting his family know. Nigga, you're not getting away with that. And any black man got the nerve to come before us and take up for white supremacists. We got to let them know how we feel. Chiefs, whoever they is. We don't give a damn. Let them know you're not welcome in our community. House, nigga. And that's what you tell them they are. You let them know. And we're going to be letting this chief of police know in Mississippi. I'll make my phone call. I swear to God, I want to go down there. This is disgusting. We need to keep our eyes on Mississippi. America is the worst nation on earth. The biggest racists on earth. The biggest genociders on earth is America. Where we at?
Some new NBC News reporting tonight is giving us more insight on a story of death and mystery and anger over an apparent lack of good police work.
Bullshit, man. This ain't the fucking 60s. We gotta let them know that. Hell no. We're not going for this. It could be any one of us. No. Fuck no. We're gonna act up when you do this. That's serious business.
In Jackson, Mississippi. I'm talking about the story of Dexter Wade,
Don't make no
who we
sense,
now
man.
know was killed less than a half hour after leaving his home back in March. But his family only found that out this month. Wade was struck and killed by a Jackson police car, apparently, as he tried to cross a highway nearby. And even though police knew exactly who they hit within days of that accident, officials say, his mother, Betterson Wade, would spend the next 7 months. She would spend 7 months looking for her son. It wasn't until 172 difficult days after Betterson last saw Wade that they came together again, this time at his unmarked grave in a state-run cemetery. NBC's John Shoup is the reporter with this story. John, we're glad to have you with us today. It is, the details here are just extraordinary, right? Because essentially what happened here is this 7-month-long mystery for this family, despite police apparently, according to official accounts, knowing for months who they hit, where he was buried, and not reaching out to the family. How did this happen?
That's one of the questions that we have, is how exactly it happened. But we know some details and a sketch of what happened. It began, as you mentioned, on March the 5th, when Dexter Wade, he's 37 years old, left home and never came back. It turned out not far from home, not long after he left, he was struck and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer. A coroner's investigator arrives at the scene, takes his body back to the examination table, finds a prescription bottle of pills that has his name on it. The coroner's investigator calls the hospital where he got the pills, gets the next of kin, who's his mother, Betterstein Wade, and forwards that information on to the Jackson Police Department's Accident Investigation Squad. Meanwhile, the mother, Betterstein, has no idea any of this has happened. On the 14th of March, reports him missing to the missing persons unit, and for months is checking for updates and searching for him and gets no answers. Meantime, it's not clear why, but she was never told that they had him in the morgue the entire time. So ultimately, someone figured it out within the Jackson Police Department and let her know. And that's when she realized that while she was looking for him, they had assumed in the coroner's office that he was unclaimed and arranged for him to be buried in a pauper's field. And so as you showed the pictures just earlier, a minute ago, that moment came a couple of weeks ago where she finally got to see the grave marked only with a number of where her son is buried.
Mm. I know, John, that you and the team pieced this together from interviews with his family, the coroner's investigator, court records, documents provided in response to your request, a crash report, incident reports, other documents, office records. I mean, so much of this. It took a lot of putting some puzzle pieces here just to get, I think, some sense of what happened. And yet through it all, as of tonight, have you gotten any response from the police department itself?
None. As soon as just before leaving to come talk to you, I was reaching out to the city. They're preparing some sort of response, but I'm not sure that they fully comprehend of how this mistake was made. We have notes, internal notes and documents that show what they knew. It's just not clear yet about why it was shared.
What does accountability look like for this family? Just quickly, John, what does that look like?
I think for Betterstein Wade, the mother is just somebody to acknowledge that there was a mistake. She can accept if an accident was made, but just an acknowledgement and an apology.
Okay. She just wants to be heard, it sounds like. John Shupe, thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing us the story tonight.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
she don't
breaking
just want to
news.
be heard. She wants justice for her murdered son. Look at them. Oh, they just want to be heard. That's like, well, hell no. Oh, we're gonna be heard. Y'all better understand that. Y'all killing people and burying. Y'all got some goddamn nerve, man. Human rights violations. The UN should be looking into this type of shit. This human rights violations. America cannot judge themselves.
Here going.
That's serious business.
How in the hell does this actually happen? So, a mother in Jackson, Mississippi reported her child missing to the police. They go, sorry, can't help you. Then she finds out that an off-duty Jackson police officer struck and killed her son, Dexter Wade, as he was crossing a highway, leaving his mother's home in March. The Hinds County Coroner's Office identified him using fingerprints and information from prescribed medication police found at the scene. Police claim they couldn't reach Wade's mother. Betterstein Wade Robinson left his body, and this is crazy, y'all. They left his body unclaimed at the morgue for months before burying him in an unmarked grave on the Hinds County Penal Farm. Joining me now is civil rights attorney Ben Crump and Betterstein Wade Robinson, Dexter's mom. First of all, I am sorry for your loss. Your son went missing in March. When did you find out what happened to him and where he was?
I found out in August the 24th. They called me about 11 o'clock. And the detective said, I found your son. And I went to say, well, she said, another detective, Gerard, gonna come out and tell you, what happened. So he called me about 4. He made it there around 5:30 or something, 6. And he said, I'm sorry. Your son is deceased.
So this,
and I started crying.
He went. I'm confused. He went missing in March. When did you file a missing persons report?
I filed a missing person report in March the 14th.
So you literally filed a missing persons report in March.
Yes.
And they identified who he was.
Yes.
So we're not talking about, let's just be clear, we're not talking about the New York City Police Department, the Houston Police Department. We're not talking about a very large city. And I'm not demeaning Jackson, but if there's a body in the morgue and has been actually identified, And then they claim, oh, they couldn't reach you, but you filed the missing persons report, which meant your information was right there. You had to put it on a sheet of paper, name, phone number, email, address, all that stuff.
Yes.
They knew who he was, Roland, on the first day.
Say it again.
They knew his identification on March 5th when they first hit and killed him.
And so, all right, so this is what I need to understand. Okay. So he gets hit by an off-duty police officer. What have they actually said to you to explain this? I mean, this is just beyond, for me, explanation.
Well, they haven't even came to me and said anything. The only thing they did was come to me and said that he had this, he had deceased. And other than that, I was asking the coroner some questions, and he said I had to call the coroner. So I called the coroner the next day because it was too late to call that day. So I called the coroner the next day. So the coroner told me I was going off on him about why he didn't take him and friend, why he didn't do this, why he didn't do that. He said, Miss Wade, I didn't have to do all that. Dexter had his several pill balls in his pocket. Said his name was on them. So on the 6th, that Monday, I called mental health, where you go, Hines Behavior Health, and I called them and got next to Ken. He said, I tried to call. He said, well, he didn't say it that day. He didn't say he tried to call that day. But anyway, he said he tried to call me, but he didn't get in touch with me. So he passed it on to JPD, because really that's their job, to come out and let a person know that their loved one is deceased. So he passed it on to JPD. So he tried to make several attempts before they even buried him. He made several attempts to see had they found the next of kin. And they kept telling him they hadn't found the next of kin. And then they got approval in April to put him in the party field down there. And so he called several times after that. Even after they had got him approved, he called several times after that. And they still said they hadn't found him. So on July the 14th, they laid him to rest.
Roland?
Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
What is even more outrageous is the fact that Miss Bettelstein Wade is the named plaintiff in a wrongful death lawsuit against the Jackson Police Department for killing her brother, who had a stroke, had been out the hospital 10 days, and they body slammed him and killed him. Our officer was convicted and in prison for killing her brother. She had been doing interviews. She had been to court every day through 2 criminal trials. They had depositions in the civil suit. They absolutely knew who Bettelstein Robinson Wade was. And Miss Wade believes they intentionally did not come to her house to notify her about her son, because she felt that they were afraid that there was going to be another wrongful death lawsuit against the Jackson Police Department, because the officer who hit her was in his Jackson Police Department issued vehicle. There's a question whether he was on duty or not. They say he was not on duty, but because on March 5th, when they hit and killed him, they never told Miss Wade or her family anything. They cannot accept this with a leap of faith. You kill my brother, and then you try to deny doing anything wrong there. You deny the wrongful death lawsuit. Now you kill my son, and you don't tell me for 6 months that you killed my son.
Before I go to my panel with questions, okay, so they say the off-duty officer hit him. Was there an investigation? Was the officer given a breathalyzer? Was the car impounded? Was there an actual investigation into this death?
No, they did not do anything to the officer. They just took his car to Hicks pound, Hicks. They took it to Hicks towing service, got the car. But they did not get no breathalyzer, none of that. They didn't do nothing to him. They didn't give him no citation. They didn't give him nothing. Not nothing. They didn't take nothing from him. They just took something from my son. Took his fluids from him. Didn't give him
probably teaching her a lesson. Probably teaching her a lesson for trying to foul on them, getting an officer fired for killing her brother. This is disgusting, man.
Autopsy or nothing. I don't have no pictures, nothing to show that that's actually my son. I don't have no fingerprints or nothing. They say they took fingerprints, which I believe Mr. Elliott probably did take fingerprints. I'm not gonna say he didn't. But I'm just saying I don't have anything to say that's him in that grave. I have 672. I have a number 672, so that's him.
That's on the pole. That's in the Paupers Field, the graveyard for the indigents. They have all these poles out there, Roland Martin, and on each pole they have a number. And he is number 672. And we're going to exhume his body. We're petitioning the court to do that. And we're going to have an independent autopsy performed. And then we're going to give him the proper funeral that he deserves and try to get Miss Betta Steen some measure of justice for her son and her two granddaughters.
Questions? Joy, you first.
Let me just say what is heartbreaking about this whole evening. It's about lack of humanity, lack of treatment of humanity of our fellow humans. And I can't help believe that if he were anyone else, you would have gotten greater understanding, greater consideration, greater justice for your son already. What are you asking from the city to do at this point?
Well, at this point, they can't say that it wasn't intentionally, because now the more I look at it and the more things put out here, it's intentional, because I gave them my address the second time. So I can't say.
Killed
so
that
they
lady's
need
son.
they need to do right by me, the suffering, the pain, and everything I've been through, the looking, the just saying, can't he come home? Where is he? Disappeared off the face of earth. I never saw a person disappear off the face of earth, and you don't even know, nobody has seen him, nobody know nothing. Jackson police can't find him, nobody. He's not in the morgue, he's not nowhere. So, I mean, they need to be held accountable for this.
Amen.
Mustafa?
Well, Ms. Wade, I'm praying for justice for you and your family. Ben, I'm curious. Is there not supposed to be some form of a process when a police officer is involved with a homicide by an automobile? Of course, we know many times it's with a firearm. So what's the normal process?
Well, I'm quite sure now, me as of knowledge, that they should have gave him a breathalyzer. They should have took him and got, the proper documents and stuff that needed from him. They should have called the highway patrol. I mean, everybody should have been at the incident. It shouldn't have just been a small amount of people there. Everybody should have came to that incident. And they should have notified me in a decent manner of time if they got the information. They should have notified me. They should have came to my door. What is for a knock? I mean, don't we have doors, doorbells? I mean, you can come to the door and ring the doorbell. If I'm not here, leave me a card. What happened to the U.S. mail? I mean, we got mail service. I mean, they should have sent me a letter and said, hey, Ms. Wade, you need to come down to JPD, important. Would you please come down? Or would you please call us? You know, something. I mean, something.
Randy.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's just something.
Yeah, my absolute deepest condolences to you, really. And you know, I'm thinking. I saw the article where they said they tried to call you, but they couldn't get in touch. It was the wrong number or something, and it made me think about. I have friends when they go on a first date with someone that they don't know. In 1 minute, in 2 minutes of a search, they can find out where this man lives, his telephone number, his place of employment, everything. I mean, those officers, somebody could have contacted you. I mean, not in today's society, there is no excuse. At minimum, this is negligence.
Well, first of all, when you said notify me, and for as the phone number concerned, I went and got evidence. The number they got for mental health is the number I still have. So that's just something that they said. I made sure I went and got a number to what they gave him, you know, gave them to make sure that they gave them the proper number. And the emergency contact on there is my number I have now. So it was no reason. But they even, like I say, they even had a second chance because I gave them my information. But what's so killing about this whole thing is that when I put out a civil, I asked them to put a civil alert out on him 2 times. The first time, they didn't do it. I called the chief of police. I said, what is it? I didn't tell him now. I didn't tell him what was going on. But I asked him, how do it go by getting civil alert if a, you know, missing person? He asked me Dexter's name. Then he said he passed it on, asked me who the detective was. I told him Detective Neal. He said, let me get with the detective and I'll see. Detective came back to me and he said, send a photo of you. Send a clear photo of your son. Then he said, I'm finna get off in a few minutes. Won't you bring it to UPS and I'll take it tomorrow and I'll make sure I get all the documents and everything and send it to the Highway Patrol to put him on civil alert. I waited 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Nothing. So I called Highway Patrol, asked them why they hadn't put my son on civil alert. She said, who is your son? I said, Dexter Alex Wade. She said, hold on a minute. Let me go look and see what's going on. She came back to the phone. She said, Miss Wade, I'm sorry. I went all the way back to 2000. I do not have a Dexter Wade.
My Lord.
What's the Bean? What's next?
Miss Wade and her family have asked us to inquire of the Department of Justice to open an investigation because they do not trust the Jackson, Mississippi local officials nor the Mississippi State investigation.
Department of Justice coming over. That's good because I will call for that too. But no, we need the Boule out of power. All blacks in power in Jackson, Mississippi need to be dealt with. You have got to deal with the house niggas and Boule in your community. Shit won't never change. Y'all know anybody who been looking at my story, y'all know I'm dealing with the Greek Freak, Divine Nine, Mayor Dedrick Johnson, all kind of house niggas in my own cities. Dealing with them to their face openly, letting them know how I feel about them. I'm not never polite with them because I don't give a damn. They're not my friends. But just bring it down to Justice Department. Who gives a damn? Things ain't going to change like that. They're going to pay this lady off. Okay, if they find some criminal, please find whoever did this, bam. Then it's going to continue. Black people are in power. How the fuck is the white man abusing you? You got to deal with these house niggas. We have got to face this house nigga problem head on. We can't let them come on TV with these cushy jobs. They worry about they about their pensions, you know, they got to understand we're not going for that shit. Where is the Black Lives Matter rally? Huh? These two Black lives, they don't really matter, right? Why ain't everybody in the damn street? Why? Because George Soros ain't told them to? Jim Crow Joe ain't gave the word yet? Fuck, this don't make no sense. Black people got to be pissed off, stay angry, and let them know if everybody in America gonna be uncomfortable, bro. Not just us. Everybody, mother's gonna be waiting by the phone, not just ours. They can take it how they want to take it. This is serious. We will fuck Christmas up this year.
Because the Attorney General, Roland, I know you got to go, but the Attorney General, when her brother was killed and the officer was convicted, the Trump Republican Attorney General filed an affidavit of appeal on behalf of the officer that was convicted of killing her brother and went against the black.
Salute to the Palestinians, man. Salute to the Palestinians. They ain't waiting they not waiting on no judges. They ain't called the Justice Department. None of that shit. Just getting busy. Salute to the people who remind the people of revolution really look like. This is disgusting, man. Woo, we need the Panthers back so bad. We need some armed resistance in this fucking country from city to city, state to state. We got to get it going. That's serious goddamn business, man. That's serious business because they laughing at this. You see, they enjoy this. They watching the same shit, but they getting off to the begging, the we won't help, all that type of shit. They love to see our mothers on TV crying, we begging for justice. They love to see that type of shit. But you reap what you sow, and karma's real. You reap what you sow, America, and your ass done sow death and destruction in our fucking community.
Prosecutor in Jackson, Mississippi. I have never seen Roland Martin, DA, go against a local prosecutor for prosecuting somebody. But that's what has happened here. That's why Ms. Wade cannot trust them. And I believe when she says it's intentional, she has the facts to back it up, that they were not going to tell her about her son. They were going to try to sweep it under the rug.
Indeed. Ms. Robinson, Ben Crump, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland Martin.
Thank you.
Folks, a few days ago, Jackson Mayor Chokwe Lumumba had this to say about Dexter's death.
We have found ourselves in the national spotlight recently in the city. Many of you have heard of the tragic loss of Mr. Dexter Wade. I think it is important that we recognize the tremendous loss that his mother suffered and his family has suffered, and that we lift them up in our prayers collectively as a city, and that we continue to support them as a community. This is a tragic circumstance, and it is important that we understand what has taken place. Unfortunately, there was a tragic accident where Mr. Dexter Wade was walking across I-55 highway. While he was walking across the highway, an off-duty JPD officer unfortunately struck Mr. Wade.
Well, Mayor, you don't know that he was off duty, and you don't know that he hit him with that car. You're repeating, and I'm not just trying to get on this brother because this brother been going through some shit down there, but he need to have more backbone. You don't know that that officer was off duty. They say they don't know that yet. Ben Crump just heard that. So we don't know. Was he on the clock? Was he off the clock? He was in a police car. And you don't know that it was unintentional. You don't know that. You have no idea. You're not going to come out here and try to get the people, to calm down and let's do this the right way. What the hell are you talking about? The right way sometimes is going to have to be the wrong way. We got to start asking for forgiveness for what the fuck we do. We're going to have to ask the Most High, forgive us.
The accident was investigated, and it was determined that it was, in fact, an accident.
That's a lie.
And that there was no malicious intent.
That's a lie. How the hell you know that? And who investigated? I'm so sick and tired of our killers investigating their goddamn selves and say there's nothing to see here. Fuck no, the United Nations need to step in and investigate. The UN need to step in and investigate this goddamn hate crime that's going on every day in America to us, all over the fucking country. At Jackson, Mississippi, they hate that they lost the war. They hate that the South will never fucking rise again as long as we live in. They hate that shit. So they try to get us one at a time, get some get back, and then put these house niggas in position, calm us down, let us know we're gonna do it we're gonna go about this the right way, the legal way. You see? I mean, more y'all would die. More people gonna die while they waiting to see what happened with this case. You see? We can't. The waiting is almost over, America. You know that's serious business. I come by to give you a good message. This shit here is unacceptable. We love each other. We don't even know each other. They got us know we love each other. We are all together. We don't hate each other. See, they think, oh, well, it's the people in other states. They don't care about this, brother. Yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do, goddammit. We care about all of our brothers and sisters.
Unfortunately, at the time, in addition to his loss of life, he was without identification.
That's a lie.
The Jackson Police Department was unable to make.
You see the lie he just told? Come on, man. He had his wallet on him. And he had his name on his pills. Why are you repeating a goddamn lie to the black people? But you know what? This is the type of Greek freak, divine nine house nigga that I deal with face to face. Remember, they throw me out the meetings. I'm coming in there, letting them know how I feel about them. I use a house nigga, you the boule. You letting the master tell you what to do. Let them know deep down inside, because I like to look them in the eyes, let them know you was nothing, you small, you coward. You not tough. You dealing with real revolution. This brother right here think he can come on with his nice little haircut, his boule education, and then just tell us, you know, they wasn't able to identify this brother, which is a major lie.
An IP. The coroner's office later received his body, and they were later able to establish his identity through both fingerprints, and he also had a prescription bottle. Then there were efforts, after they located the prescription bottle, to reach out to the medical provider who provided that prescription. That medical provider provided a number which unfortunately was not accurate or not a good number to be used any further. And so they were unable to make contact. Somewhere in the process of them trying to locate with that number, Mr. Wade's mother days later, filed a missing persons report. And the failure is that ultimately there was a lack of communication with the Missing Persons Division,
Salute.
Coroner's office, and accident investigation.
The failure was not that the officer killed the brother. The failure was the lack of communication. House nigga, you a damn lie. You is a damn lie. But you know why he doing it? Because he trying to save the city money. This nigga don't give a damn about us. He trying to save them money. That's all he there to do, because he is the administrator of the city. We cannot trust these type of niggas in charge anymore. That's serious business, man. That's so serious business, man. We don't want you. You go rule over some white people. They ain't gonna have it. Well, you ain't gonna be. You're not welcome. And that's serious business, man. These type of people need to understand, if you willing to come out here and tell these lies, then whatever happened to you, you deserve it, bro. You put your pocket before your people. Whatever happened to you, you deserve it. And that's serious business. That's serious business. We need to make these people scared. We need to have them scared. We need to have them where they tell people, man, I ain't going out there saying that. Oh, hell no, man. No. Oh, you heard what happened to them other mans, them other people who don't. Oh, no, I can't do that. I love my family too much to have somebody jump out the bushes, roll from up under that car on me.
They were unable to find his family within a expeditious period of time, and he was later buried once the coroner went to the Hinds County Board of Supervisors in order to get permission to do so. And so it is tragic to lose your child. It is tragic to suffer the consequences of having to bury your child before you perish. But to add insult to that trauma, it is even more difficult to not have the ability to have a proper burial for your child. And for that, we regret the circumstance that Mr. Wade's family has had to deal with. And so we continue to lift them up in prayer. I do want to be clear that at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent. And so it is important that we learn.
Here's the mayor. Here's the mayor, the black mayor. Nowhere did we find any malicious. Bitch, you're gonna say that. But I bet you the Justice Department don't feel that way. I bet you when the Justice Department come in, they're gonna say differently from what you saying, house nigga. They're gonna say differently from what you saying, because that man's mother was suing that police department for the murder of her brother. They knew her. They knew her. That police department wasn't gonna tell that lady one word. She forced them to tell him, okay, ma'am, we buried your son a long time ago. He's somewhere over there in the indigent grave. What? What? No, just like no white person in America would take this shit. We're not gonna take this shit. You wouldn't do that to no Jewish people. You're not gonna be doing it to us.
From these circumstances, that we identify ways to improve communication. But it is also important that we don't confuse with community issues of police misconduct in a circumstance which honestly was an unfortunate and tragic accident.
Now remember, it's an unfortunate and a tragic accident. That's what that brother said. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? The brother said it's an unfortunate but a tragic accident. I think that's what I heard. I think that's what I heard. Okay. House nigga, I'm finna expose all your lies, right? Goddamn now. And I'm coming down there too. Now, you heard of Boule house nigga. I don't have no more respect for him. I wasn't gonna go in on him, but he shouldn't have did that. It's a misunderstanding. No police misconduct. The police are here to protect and serve. Oh, really? Okay. We're finna listen to an audio of a racist, fired Mississippi police chief who's bragging about killing 13 black people, bragging about it. So they had to get rid of him. We're gonna play this. This is the tone of Mississippi. That house nigga know this the tone. Why you trying to tell us? Come on, these cops really they here to serve and protect. Well, that's not what this police chief said. Who had to get fired? He was bragging about the 13 bodies that he got on black people.
I don't give a you kill them cold blood. I will articulate to fix the problem.
A shocking confession caught on tape as a Mississippi police chief brags about killing 13 people in the line of duty.
No, this terrorist, this psychopath, been murdering our people down there, and every single kill was justified. You see? And every time he killed somebody, a clown like that blackface kook Shoeshiner came out and said, you know, we looked into this. It was really nothing to see here. Honorable. We hate that it happened, but you know, the cop had to, the cop feared for his life. That's what the nigga's saying. But the cop, please, I'll whack them busters. I'll kill some more if you let me. You see?
All while using racist slurs.
I have shot and killed in the line of duty 13 different people. I shot that 119 times. Okay? I mean, I saved 67 kids in a vehicle was shot 319 times. But he was hit 119 times.
Audio obtained by the Mississippi Center for Investigative Reporting through civil rights organization Julian features a recording of Lexington Police Chief Sam Dobbins. The audio was obtained by another officer, Robert Lee Hooker, who called it
Good job, Officer Robert Lee Hooker. You a hero. got this damn terrorist off the street who was killing our people, and every murder was justified. 13 bodies this police chief bragged about. These people got me fucked up, nigga. 13. Huh. 13. We can see your face, brother. We gonna get with you later on. But we had a Boule telling us, calm down. We don't want the community to get the wrong idea. What wrong idea? That these cops is bragging about murderers? I wonder about, is the cop bragging, yeah, I ran that nigga over with that car. Ha ha, his mama think he was. I wonder if they bragging about that kill. Like they bragged about these other bodies.
Quote, appalling, racist, hateful, and detrimental to the welfare of the people. Hooker resigned from the Lexington PD last week, citing a toxic work environment. In late July, the Lexington Board of Aldermen voted to fire Dobbins. An interim police chief has since been appointed. For the latest developments in this case and anything true crime, stay with Law and
That maniac went got hired somewhere else. And I'm so glad that one of his own white cops turned his ass in for trying to brag to him about he had killed 13 niggas. Boy. You know, we finna look at also, because I had seen this story. This in Mississippi too. Severed head, torso, you know. You see, I wonder who doing the chopping off heads down there.
I gotta admit, I've never seen anything like this.
What started out as a report of suspicious activity took a gruesome turn when officials arrived on scene.
Officers were flagged down and they were advised there was what appeared to be a human head of an unidentified black male located on the front porch of a residence within this block.
Officials tell us the head was found on Deer Park Street just after 9 this morning, but just hours after the head was discovered, police were called to a wooded area on Green Avenue, just a few miles from that scene.
A citizen reported what they thought might be a human body.
And when police arrived, that's exactly what they found.
It is the remains of a human that did not have a head attached to it.
We're told the remains were found burned as well. Right now, police are still trying to figure out if the two incidents are related.
Many times, you know, criminal.
The good old boys catch a black man slipping, cut his head off, burn his body. I want to do the mayor down there. What do you think about that case? It's Mississippi. We know what's going on.
Criminals will intend to place something at a certain place, but they may have had the wrong location. There's no indicator specifically at this point.
The reasoning behind these crimes is still unknown, but neighbors tell us they think they know what might have caused them.
The thing I can see that comes to mind is somebody sending a message to somebody. It's an awful thing. Can't put it in words.
Yeah, the racist cops down there sending messages. The Ku Klux Klan down there sending messages that the South will rise again. That's the messages that's being sent. But let's listen to, because you see that mayor. That mayor who was just on there trying to bootlick and shoe shine. Now we finna look at him whining and complaining, calling on the NAACP because of Mississippi law. He said the Mississippi law singles out black majority city. Yeah, whites want to run black majority cities, but they want to run it through coons like him, you see.
The NAACP suing the state of Mississippi. This comes after the governor signed legislation essentially allowing a state takeover of the city of Jackson, which is facing a staggering increase in crime. Critics say that this means state officials, who are mostly white and conservative, have decided who controls the state's largest city, which is 80% black and overwhelmingly Democratic. Omar Jimenez went to Jackson for this story that you will see first out front.
See, overwhelmingly black and Democratic. This is the Democrat problem. You see? They want these criminals run around committing all this goddamn crime. Black people just terrorize morning, noon, and night, and then the white man step in and take over everything. We need black police chiefs. We need a black city council. We need a black mayor. You get all that, and then they don't do shit because they got white people policies. They don't do nothing for the community. Oh no, they not worried about all the crime black people committing. Oh no, they wait till Benjamin Crump show up. Oh, Black Lives Matter. Yeah, it matter every day. If a black man kill another black man, we want that nigga locked up. Oh, no, we want prison justice reform. These coons.
We don't want the city to be taken over, but we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Felicia Briscoe has owned this beauty salon in North Jackson, Mississippi for more than 2 decades.
Beauty salons used to be open door where you could just walk in, but we can't allow that anymore.
Just 10 years ago, there were 50 homicides in Jackson a year. In 2021, that number jumped to more than 150, with the murder rate more than 12 times the national average. Now, a new pair of laws meant to help fix the issue are creating a deep divide between the city and state, by the laws partly having state law enforcement patrol all of Jackson and state
Hell
leaders.
no, state troopers don't need to be patrolling no goddamn Jackson. That's crazy. But what needs to go on is the laws on the books. Crime got to be convicted. Criminals got to go to jail. You got to deal with prostitution. You got to deal with laundering. You got to do it in a humane way, but you got to deal with it. You don't got the white man don't have to come in and stand over us and make sure things go right. But something, I just got a feeling that the Boule sabotages on purpose so Whitey could step in and the Boule done their job, they get a little kickback.
Appointing some judges and prosecutors, but also the state legislature is majority Republican and majority white. They approved these laws that affect the city of Jackson, which is majority Democratic and more than 80% Black.
What kind of message do you think this sends to your residents?
It says that we don't value your voice, that we don't believe that Black leadership is capable of moving.
No, brother, you not capable, brother. You need to step down, brother. You don't need to just have that because you some smooth brother with waves in your hair. Hell no. George Soros love to use niggas like you. You need to step down, brother. Crime is at an all-time high. Black people being buried in your city by cops and nobody know it. You need to step down. Why this nigga think that he need to come on TV and give all these speeches? And now is what this says is they don't respect Black people, and Black people don't respect leaders like you, nigga, who got criminals running around there just killing everybody, selling drugs, being all kind of disgusting punks, and then you try to just have them looking at the white man. We want to deal with all the crime in the community so we can clean it up for the babies. Stop all the gang banging, all the prostitution. We don't like that type of shit. Soon as you bring that up, oh, that's a Republican talking point. You niggas is traitors to your goddamn people.
Moving forward for itself.
This road that includes schools, churches, and homes will soon become the new edge of the so-called Capitol Complex Improvement District. Now, under old rules, the edge of the district would mean the edge of Capitol Police's jurisdiction. Now, it'll extend beyond those boundaries into the greater Jackson, giving the state-run police jurisdiction citywide. In theory, to work with an understaffed city police department.
You look at carjackings, or you look at murders and say, oh, that's a crime problem. Nah, brother. That is a symptom of people not valuing each other and not valuing themselves.
No, brother, that is a symptom of you not doing your job. You harassing the people you not supposed to be harassing, and you not locking up the people you supposed to be locking up. I don't understand this. You don't want to do your job and lock up the criminals. You see, you niggas don't want to do real police work. So, nigga, put the clues together. Please. I ain't having none of these excuses. Oh, because see, they just want to blame. Oh, see, they just hate each other. So that's why they doing this. You're not doing your job, brother. You're not doing your job, Walker. You're doing an interview on TV, that AC blowing. How many brothers you done beat on and planted stuff on? And then you let them gang banging punks sit out there and look cool and threaten the community. You ain't took none of them to jail. You ain't had no shootout with no killers. Y'all shoot a little brother in the back.
Captain Vance, the key to the success of any added officers goes beyond numbers.
You have to go out your way to know these people and have a relationship with them, because policing without a relationship is occupation.
Both laws were introduced as bills by legislators who represent districts outside of Jackson.
They just cannot help themselves.
Democratic State Senator John Horn has represented parts of Jackson for more than 30 years.
We see this as an assault on Black.
Brother, you need to step down and shame, nigga. You've been there so long, you used to have an afro, nigga, that was all black. Now you got gray hair. You ain't done squat. How can a nigga be there 30 years, so much crime, so much death, Black people being buried by police officers, and he got the nerve to sit up here and act like he Dr. King? These niggas just want power for the sake of having power. They ain't doing nothing with it, nothing good for us.
Elected leadership. Because we have political differences with our colleagues and because they have the political power and the will to bring about these changes.
But the changes are coming.
We need Jackson to prosper. We as a state need a downtown area that is attracting young people to it.
Regardless of the representation issues, this bill seems to be providing some help. What do you say to folks who argue that?
In any moment where you find yourself in a crisis, what you don't want to do is reach for a solution that places you in a worse position than you already find yourself.
Come back down here, Cap. Outside of politics, some residents say any change is going to start on the ground.
Invest to you means something different.
If you take the time out to value this place and see it for what it is, man, we might well be first cousins.
Back in the salon, Briscoe knows the laws aren't perfect, but she also knows something has to change.
What do you think you're going to need to unlock your doors again?
It's going to take a lot for people to feel comfortable again.
Now, given the disagreements between local and state leaders, I asked the governor how he envisions the implementation of these changes going. And he told me that part of his job is to manage expectations and that this smooth idea of a smooth implementation does not typically happen. And he doesn't expect this to be any different. And meanwhile, we've already seen a lawsuit by the NAACP.
Right.
They've argued in part that the civil liberties of residents are being eroded because the powers of local judges and other local elected officials are being essentially replaced by those of state appointed officials.
It's an incredible story. And just to think about it, and just to see those crime numbers that have gone up, I mean, this is the really incredible sort of a thing for all Americans to know. Thank you so much.
Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we go deeper into the southern United States, as we turn to Mississippi, where white Republican state lawmakers are attempting to essentially create an unelected superstructure to oversee the Black majority capital city of Jackson. This week, the state's majority white Republican-led state Senate passed its version of a bill by the majority white and passed last month by the majority white and Republican-led House that would allow Mississippi's Supreme Court Chief Justice, who is white, to handpick local judges in Jackson. Prosecutors and public defenders will be selected by the state attorney general, who also...
She done said white by 10 fucking times, man, trying to... White. Okay, all the people in power are black. That they want black people to say they goddamn jobs. That's disgusting. You not doing your job. Why the fuck should black people see these black leaders don't do their job? The white man come step in and say, you know what, we're gonna take this over. Then they come to us, oh, this is not fair. See, they don't want to give a black man a chance. This is racism. This is more white supremacy. Your ass ain't been protecting black people. Have you? These leaders are crazy. You're not protecting black people, and then you tell the black people you don't want the white man here now. Democratic hustle.
Is white. Jackson has the highest percentage of black residents of any major city in the United States. Supporters of House Bill 1020 claim it would make Jackson safer. Democratic Mississippi Senator John Horhn disputed this ahead of Tuesday's vote on the revised bill.
It is vastly improved from where it started, but it is still a snake, and it needs to be defeated. Senator Carter made the point that crime is on the rise in Jackson, and he's correct. But to Senator Barrett's point, there is absolutely no empirical data, no evidence that adding these temporary appointed judges will do anything to stem the rise in crime in Jackson. There's no data.
Both versions of House Bill 1020 would expand the role of the Capitol.
Bullshit. You know, I ain't been looking too much into it, but it is something that's very controversial. Black people got to understand this. George Soros, the Zionist, has been putting, and this is true, he has been putting Democrats in judging positions who do not convict criminals. That is not a lie, those white people that the whites on Fox is coming up with. No, that's the truth. That's the truth. That's why a lot of these cities, San Francisco, New York, a lot of these cities going to hell fast. It's because George Soros done put Democratic judges in power who don't lock up criminals. I'm not talking about people who just lock people up for anything. I'm talking about looking for any reason to let people out, like they did in Chicago with the no cash bail. That ain't for you. That's so more crime can go on and people can just be in fear forever.
Police, which has no oversight board and has not been transparent in reporting officer-involved shootings. Last year, the Capitol Police shot 3 people in a 6-week period, including Jalen Lewis, an unarmed 25-year-old black man and father of 2. His mother, Arkella Lewis, testified at a public hearing this week against expanding the Jackson Capitol Police powers as she explained what happened to her son.
They then suddenly noticed that a white man was standing outside of the window with his gun drawn. He did not ask Jalen for any information. He did not tell Jalen who he was. Before they could do anything, the man shot Jalen in the head through the window. I've been doing everything I can to try to get information about what's happened. But Capitol Police and NBI have not even contacted me, providing me no information. No body cam footage, no dash cam footage, no police report or autopsy report, not even a phone call to acknowledge his death.
For more, we go to Jackson, Mississippi, where we're joined by 2 guests. Makani Temba is a volunteer with the Jackson Undivided Coalition, chief strategist at Higher Ground Change Strategies. She writes about this bill in her piece for The Nation, headlined Apartheid American Style. Also with us, the mayor of Jackson, Chokwe Antar Lumumba, who's accused state lawmakers of trying to colonize Jackson. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Mayor Lumumba, please start off by explaining what these bills are about.
Well, Amy, simply put, these bills are an attack on Black leadership, a way to seize power of a majority Black city, which cannot be seized democratically through an election. And so state lawmakers are attempting to legislate their way into control of the city. This bill is part and parcel of a larger effort, which not only attempts to take over the judicial process, but also we've seen efforts to take over our water system now that we received over nearly $800 million in federal funding to contribute towards its repair. Former efforts to not only take over our school district, but also to take over our airport. And so this is what we're seeing not only in Jackson, but in less obvious ways. There are efforts around the country to do that. I've talked to colleagues or comrades of mine in St. Louis and Mayor Tashara Jones, and I know a similar effort is afoot in Kansas City, Missouri. And so it is apartheid, as we have called it. It is plantation politics, and it is used under the Trojan horse of public safety. First and foremost, a statistical analysis has determined that Jackson may not even have the highest crime rate in the state of Mississippi when you get into it by scale. But beyond that, if there's a true emphasis or concern over the issues of public safety, then the state can make investments in areas where we've asked them to. First and foremost, their own state crime lab has a backlog that prevents cases from going forward to trial, and justice delayed is justice denied, as we have known it to be. They have not supported the request of our police department in ballistic technology that helps them associate guns involved in other crimes. They haven't supported our real-time command center that we've asked them, which is a 21st century tool used to support that. Nor have they supported our efforts of credible messenger or violence interruption training. We've gone to Wells Fargo Bank and National League of Cities, who have actually been the ones to give us seed money so that we can make sure that we have additional interventions towards the issues of crime. Lastly, I will say that when you do a truly
intensive study of what the crimes or the violence in Jackson persist of, you find that it is largely based on interpersonal conflict, which is very difficult to police. And so simply having an occupying force that abuses community does not make us any safer. Over the last 6 months, there have actually been at least 7 officer-involved incidents for the Capitol Complex.
I just got the language that they're using to it's like a colonizer. That's to set y'all off. They know y'all don't like being colonized. But the problem I have, see, that's why I deal with white supremacy and I deal with the boule. So nobody can say, oh, you just dealing with black, or you just talking about whites. No, I'm dealing with crooked motherfuckers who oppressing my people. I don't want to hear that the white is the problem when black people are in power and it's still out of control in these goddamn cities. And when I come to these meetings and I'm telling them about shit, these same black people, they want to throw me out. They want to act like I'm too angry, I'm too emotional about the problems they supposed to be emotional about what they supposed to be angry about. But then as soon as the shit hit the fan, they want us to say their job. And then they pull the brother man stuff. The brother man, whitey against us. Man, we're not falling for that. You looking pretty white to me with your policies against us. You're looking pretty racist. See, the Blackface Ku Klux Klan, the Boule, they good at what they do. They know all the emotional stuff. They come in our churches sing How I Got Over, Amazing Grace, all that good stuff that black people get emotional about. But they're going to keep you in the position that you're in because a lot of them work for the Democratic Party. This is the biggest problem. And one thing we have to understand is we got to be okay with saying we want to be tough on crime. We got to be tough on crime. We are not criminals. The only thing black people worried about is prison reform. That's bullshit. We don't all go to prison. We want safe communities and neighborhoods, man. I'm standing on that shit. I don't care nobody. I want my people protected. And when you got black cops, you got black city officials, there should be no reason why crime is out of fucking control. No reason. So when a white man step in and say, we want to seize your city, all the black people need to step down immediately and let some more honor, let some black people try to do. When you can't do it, let somebody else do it. It ain't you or it's me or the white man. Well, damn it, you lost your opportunity to rule over blacks or serve or whatever you want to do. For that's serious business, man.
Complex police. And not only JPD, but the surrounding jurisdictions over the last 2 to 3 years have not amounted to that number of officer-involved incidents.
This reminds me so much of what happened in Michigan when the governor, the white Republican governor at the time, appointed emergency managers, especially for black cities. And of course, we know what happened in Flint with the water supply being disconnected and being wholly contaminated. The governor there was Rick Snyder. Can you clarify what you just said about you think this started with the water supply of Jackson, which has been so problematic, and now getting this influx of state and federal money that the state wants to grab the money?
Yeah, well, it started even before that. The first effort or obvious effort would have been over the takeover of our airport, which we have been fighting for the better part of 5 to 6 years now. But with respect to our water system, we have had decades of deferred maintenance and neglect. This is an area where I have to give my predecessors their just due, in that they have all asked for resources in order to help with Jackson's water system and the issues of capital improvement.
All this asking, no demanding. I tell you what, you watch how white people go to these community meetings. Maybe you'll fucking learn something. White people not asking for shit from the elected officials. You work for us. They're demanding. They out there legally armed, letting people know they're going to carry. Black people, all this hat in hand shit, you will get nothing done like that. Hat in hand. We need to forget about the hat in hand, humble guy type nonsense. All this action. We asked them, they don't, so what? They said no, nigga. Now what? We've been asking them for decades. Okay, nigga, they said no. Now what you going to do to get your people clean drinking water? Well, next we're going to take it to the Supreme Court. Oh, house nigga, you failed. The Supreme Court. You don't want no black. Have you called the NAA? Have you called the NFAC down there? Where's the black gun formations? I haven't heard one person come out and say, look, Crime is going on. Can we please get the black gun formations down here? We need every brother who legal to arm yourself. Come on out here and please walk through the community with me 3 times a day. None of that. No sense. But guess what? White people will. White people will get their fucking rifles and walk around their goddamn community. But black people, they ain't got nothing to do with me, man. That's bullshit, man.
Movement. We have nearly 50% loss in our system, among other capital investments that have to be made. And so as we have gone to the state legislature each and every year asking for support and saying that it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when these things will fail, they have displayed a deliberate indifference or willful neglect of the city of Jackson. And so we had to go through extraordinary means to go through the federal government and working with the EPA and giving credit where it is due. The Biden administration provided collectively nearly $800 million, which now we have a third-party administrator that we're working in conjunction with through a agreed order.
I gotta give some credit where it's due. Ain't no credit due, house nigga. They ain't fixed nothing. Okay, Biden sent us down some peanuts. I gotta thank Biden for sending us crumbs. Your water system not fixed. I gotta give him some credit, yeah, so your motherfucking ass can try to beg to stay in office.
To make certain that we can see the prioritization and sustainability of our system. And now that we have found ways to solve our problems for ourselves, the state has taken a negative outlook on that. And this all comes on the heels of our ability to get those resources, where they not only attacked the effort to take over our water system, but you see simultaneously an effort to take over our judicial process. And so it's not just an attack on the city of Jackson, it's an attack on the black judges in Hinds County. It's an attack on the black.
Got my people like they the Palestinians asking for drinking water. You got my people acting like they some refugees needing drinking water. This supposed to be America, the richest place on earth. You tell that to my brothers and sisters in Jackson, Mississippi. They can't tell that it's not Afghanistan. They don't know that it's not Somalia, what they going through. Then here come this dude with his nice shave, his nice little buttons, nice suit, Boule education, and he think you stay calm and you give a couple of debonair words, and this is how, man, no, hell no, white men they never respected that. They only respect power, they only respect force. They respect that. They don't respect nothing else. Zero. The only reason these bastards down here got a little bit, and I'm talking about these officers, respect for me, because they know shit. At least he gonna stand up and tell it. He ain't just saying it on YouTube. He ain't talking behind my back. When he see us, he tell us this how he feel. He lets us know today could be the day. Come on, man. This is ridiculous.
Black prosecutor. It's simply stating that they want to seize control over all of the points of governance that we now have control over. And I would lastly say that Trey Lamar,
you ain't controlling nothing but your mouth,
initiated or introduced the bill, when asked why he believed that these judges should be appointed rather than elected, his response was, we simply want the best and the brightest. That feeds into the notion, to the false narrative of Black people being inferior and incapable of choosing the leadership which best represents their interests.
Well, I tell you this, nigga. I tell you this. You and what you niggas is sitting up there doing, y'all making us seem like we can't pick credible leaders, like we can't pick leaders who can solve the situations. They're doing y'all like they got the African leaders. They show people, see, they just can't rule. We got to step in. They make sure you can't do shit. Your ass supposed to be going to jail for just being too upset. You supposed to be getting thrown out of office, dragged out of office, standing up to your people. You ain't said a cuss word. You're not upset. I don't know that your people going through nothing the way you acting. You see? I can't tell that you upset, brother, because you're not really upset. And we got to start letting people, we got to vote people in who they don't need this check. Because if they need this check, nigga, they not going to do what's right. We got to vote people in who, hey, man, they activists fighting against the people. That's what they do. And they don't give a damn if they help get a check or not. If this the last city council meeting, it'll be the last one. But they finna say what need to be said. All this, no, you gotta play the game. No, we tired of games, man.
I wanted to bring Makani Temba into this conversation. Volunteer with Jackson Undivided Coalition, wrote a great piece in The Nation. Can you talk about the historical significance of Jackson, and particularly go back to Mississippi went from having one of the most radical changes, you point out, after the Civil War with a Black majority legislature to what we're seeing today with a white majority, white supermajority running the state, and what comes of that.
Well, good morning and thank you. You know, the history is really important. And one of the reasons why Mississippi had such a progressive constitution and legislature during Reconstruction.
Because our people was conservatives. They wasn't fucking Democrats. They wasn't bootlicking, shoe shining house niggas. They was real black men who worked with their hands. They was real black women who took care of the household and worked with their hands and supported their kings. That's what happened. They wasn't Democrats who gave up on the Most High, who had a new way of things, who wasn't letting their kids, they wasn't letting their children transition. We wouldn't be here right now if the LGBTQ and transition community had seized power back then. There wouldn't be a lot of us. That's the difference. These niggas want to pretend like they are greats of the past. No, you not. No, you not. You don't fight. All you want to do is talk. Our elders fought. God damn it. Fought.
Was that there wasn't the kind of interference by the white power structure that sort of came out of slavery, because Mississippi has a sort of history of having a relationship with its residents that's more extraction. There's no pretense around whether they're here for the benefit of the residents of the state. So there's the attack against Jackson as a Black city, and Jackson, which has been a battleground since Reconstruction, really, around who controls it. And it wasn't until the federal government post-Reconstruction that led up to the sort of shift in 1890 with a different constitution that was sort of grounded and rooted in white supremacy. It was the federal government actually that provided arms for the Confederacy to recapture the state. And it was a bloody battle, much of which took place in Jackson and Madison for the control of the state and who would do it. And it's
it was a bloody battle. Yes, ma'am. It was a battle. Our elders were fighting. Y'all asses laying down and doing fucking interviews, man. You ain't fought. It ain't no bloody battle now. How the hell you think you're going to be running things like the elders when you ain't fighting? You're not fighting. It's no bloody battle. All victories for the whites. Then y'all running to these different shows to complain. No battling. None. Court battles.
Only been sort of the bad reapportionment, racist lines, packing districts. The only way that they are able to rule as a white supermajority is really about illegal, unjust tactics that they've created law around, but they're really not just. They're really not providing the folks of Mississippi true representation. We would never have a Republican supermajority if there was, accurate Black representation by state districts. That said, the other issue that we're dealing with that's sort of part of the legacy of this relationship of extraction to the people of Mississippi from its legislators, and I should say it's predominantly white legislature that we've had since 1890, has been the way in which and this is in many ways a federal issue. Because of states' rights, states are not really accountable to making sure that they spend the dollars they receive on need. So a place like Jackson that has a lot of need around infrastructure because of the lack of investment by the state, and really not only divestment and lack of investment and neglect, but also literally creating barriers for the expenditures of money that are directed to the city. Jackson was the only city in the state that had an extra layer of rules and approvals, the only city in the state for how it would spend it's federal dollars that were allocated directly. And the state has no accountability when they write these proposals and talk about, we need money because of X, this, and this thing. Oftentimes they're talking about incidents and issues that are in Black cities and Black towns, but they have no accountability to spend that money that way. And in fact, the legislation that seeks to create the so-called regional water authority to take Jackson out of the picture in terms of control over its resources does not even require that authority to fix the problem. It only requires that authority to receive the dollars and spend the dollars, which is very different.
I want to end with Governor Lumumba, with Mayor Lumumba. And you can tell us if you're going to be running for governor, but that was just a slip of the tongue there.
Hell no, his ass don't need to be the
What do
mayor.
you demand of the governor of Mississippi, Tate Reeves, and also the president of the United States, Joe Biden?
We demand equity. We demand fair representation. We demand the ability to govern for ourselves and have home rule. My principal aim in my leadership, one that I personally subscribe to in my life, is one centered around self-determination. And so we want to democratize power in our city. And so while we are trying to make efforts to build a vision of public safety, which is rooted in a foundation of community trust, these efforts of this CCID bill set to roll that back, set to create a more adverse relationship between law enforcement and our police department, one which is reflective of what we see around the nation. While I certainly would not report to you that the Jackson Police Department is perfect.
Nigga, Jackson Police Department is terrorist, brother. And it's the problem. When he's sitting here talking about what the white man is doing, the governor, but he letting white racist cops run his police department. It don't matter that he got a chief. I done been through that. The black chief come in and say, I'm not black, I bleed cop blue. Then he let the white boys go crazy in the city. And then you got the house niggas. They like, fuck it. On that gang mentality, they gonna get in and do what the white boys doing. And so now you got black abusing people, white abusing people, but the structure of the Klan is everything that was going on when the Klan was there going on. Black people getting intimidated. You got the black officers rolling. What you looking at? Hold on, what y'all got? But see, the problem is they don't want to stand up for themselves to white people. They could easily say, hey, look, we're not finna be doing that quota stuff. The officers, I never forget, it's in the Big Game Hunting. White officer sat there and told me and my brother in front of the police, they had a big meeting. The city, the community that's there, went off on them. We let them know what we is gonna do, what we ain't gonna do, what we ain't standing for. White officers, they just want to meet with all of us. Then One white boy walked over there in front of all them cops and say, man, look, I'm tired of them telling me I gotta come through the black community. That's what he said, to meet my quota, to go get as many arrests as you can. He said he should just park his car in a parking lot somewhere and just sit there. So are these Jackson officers, are they just filling quota? Because when they say crime is at all-time high, they also might be out there just harassing. Yes, some murder, but they might also be out there just stopping everybody, taking everybody to jail, tickets, or your tags ain't right, all kind of terror. I call it financial terrorism to meet their quotas. And then the white boys say, oh, look, this crime is out of control here. That's because they've been just locking anything up, move, and not really arresting criminals. When the Texas City Police Department was acting like they was arresting criminals, I was around all the criminals. Ain't nobody going to jail. You harassing people who don't got to reflect on their bike. Boy, come through banging, boom, 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 boom. You pull them over. Hey, I got to search the car. All this type of shit. You ain't arresting none of these killers. Niggas walk around here 3-4 bodies. Y'all not getting them. And that's another fucking problem. We used to laugh, and it wasn't no joke. We used to laugh in my city, and it's real talk. We used to say, if you don't kill somebody in broad daylight, nigga, they never gonna solve the case. And it sticks to this fucking day. It's a disgusting thing to say. But they know it's true, and it's disgusting. In Texas City, Texas, Galveston County, Lamarck 2, Hitchcock 2, Galveston 2. If you don't blow somebody's brains out in front of everybody, man, these detectives will never solve the case. And I used to tell people that we watch CSI and all that shit. I'm like, do they really have that type of equipment? Because I seen homicide scenes, they ain't never brought this shit to the scene to get to the bottom of the case. Fuck no, they not finna be you spending top dollar for drug deal going bad, a gang situation. No, they not finna spend that top dollar. I seen a white boy get killed with his girlfriend one time. Them police officers kicked in every fucking spot we had, letting us know everybody going to jail until they find out who killed that white boy. Everybody. They had the forensics team, falls out, everything. They had a goddamn police boat on some waters I was like, what the fuck they get that from? Oh, that's our forensic boat. Like, what the hell going on around here? As many black people been killed, you niggas ain't never came over here with nothing but a piece of paper and a pen in your hand. So the white boy get killed, it's law and order. Come on, man. Come on.
I will say that we are aiming and making strides towards making sure that it is more consistent with the relationship that I just shared with you and that we're trying to build. And so we simply don't want to see that government interference that Makani was speaking of. We simply don't want to see federal funds diverted away from Jackson, which has systematically been the practice in Mississippi for some time. In fact, the governor even boasted when at his time as Secretary of State, how he was able, not Secretary of State, State Auditor, how he was able to divert funding from the city of Jackson and was proud of that. And so we're just aiming to get our fair share and no longer be under the thumb of the state of Mississippi.
Well, we want to thank you both for being with us. The mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, Chokwe Antar Lumumba, and Makani Temba of the Jackson Undivided Coalition.
He's a disappointment. Now they killing blacks and burying them on his watch. Yeah, he needs to step down immediately, brother, and do something else. He probably gonna be a preacher and try to slick talk people about their money on Sundays. You definitely need to get up out of there. Now we're gonna pivot. I got to salute Texas representative from Houston, Al Green, who when the Boule do something wrong, I get on. But when I see one of them stand tall and proud like a man, then I gotta bring that to y'all, because this is what they're supposed to be doing. Well, Brother Al Green shocked the white people and people in Congress today when he brought a bill to the floor. And I'm gonna let you hear what Al Green told these people.
I voted present today.
Because it's legendary. Salute, family.
Let's look at what the vote count
Pay attention
was.
to what he's about to say. He's finna check them.
The vote count was 311 yeas, 114 nays, 2 presents, and 8 persons not voting. I am proud of my vote. I'm proud to say that I voted present. It is not unusual for me to stand alone.
Hold on, that ain't the one. That's the wrong one. That ain't the one. Here you go. Nah, that's the wrong one. Here you go. That was another one he's talking about a vote. But he finna check them in here, and I thought that was legendary. A black man stood up in there and stood on business.
Move to the well and file my resolution for Palestine's right to exist, affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. I've read it to you.
Now, they just passed a bill 2 days ago affirming Israel's right to exist. Al Green say, cool. I absolutely signed that. I think Israel got the right to exist, but now he gonna tell him I'm bringing a bill to the floor right now that Palestine got the right to exist. And he finna go off. But it was shocking because ain't no black men except Jamal Bowman from New York. Now, Al Green got some pull. He been there a long time, and he finna check him in there about all this Israel, nigga, and you ain't said nothing about Palestine. He finna check these people.
Some of you may be tuning in late, so I'll read it to you again. This is the resolution. I voted for Israel's right to exist on Tuesday of this week. I think we ought to vote similarly for Palestine to have a right to exist as well. It reads, affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution affirming the state of Palestine's right to exist, whereas Palestinian people are inhabitants of the land of Palestine, whereas in 1947, the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 181, which called for the partition of Palestine into Arab and Jewish states, whereas on May 14th, 1948, President Harry Truman issued a statement recognizing Israel as an independent state. I support Israel as an independent state. That's not here. I support Israel as an independent state. This is a sidebar comment. I have supported it. I will continue to support it. I've supported Israel by voting for more than $50 billion in funds. But I did it because I thought we were moving toward a two-state solution. I did it because I thought a two-state solution was the will and the desire of the House of Representatives. Well, I've reached a point now where I have to know. That was what I thought. Passage of this resolution will give me the certainty I need. The absence of the passage of the resolution will cause me to have a great deal of consternation about how I'm going to approach votes in the future.
You heard what he told him? He said, okay, I voted for Israel because I thought y'all also wanted a two-state solution. But he said, if y'all don't vote on what I'm saying for Palestine, then that's going to cause me to take a look at how I vote again. What he's saying is, I ain't never voting for Israel again if y'all don't vote for Palestine. That's just what he told him.
To continue. Whereas on November 28, 2023, the House of Representatives agreed to House Resolution 888, reaffirming the state of Israel's right to exist. I voted for it. I'd vote for it again and again and again if given the opportunity. By a vote of 412 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 present. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, 1, affirms Palestine's right to exist and at a future time to become a state. I accentuated at a future time because I'm making it clear to those who would make the argument that this is about saying that Palestine should become a state today. That's not what I'm saying. At a future time. I don't know when in the future, but I do believe that we ought to have that as our goal since we say that we want a two-state solution. Number 2, recognizes the two-state solution as the only solution that will secure a lasting peace in the region. I believe this. There are some people who want a one-state solution. They mouth two-state, but in their hearts, they want one state. I'm not one of them. What I say is what I mean. Those of you who say you want a two-state solution and you really want a one-state solution, well, you shouldn't. This is not for you. This is for people who want a two-state solution. And number 3, rejects calls for Palestine's destruction. Now there'll be people who will say, nobody's calling for Palestine's destruction. Well, you're wrong. I was on C-SPAN just this week, and there was a caller who called in and who literally, by virtue of the way he presented his argument, wanted to see the destruction of Palestine. The destruction of Palestine. I'm not for that. I'm not for that. I'm not for what's happening with the destruction of Palestine currently. For us to conclude that it's okay to destroy Palestine is an absurdity. How could we possibly approve of the destruction that we see and the lives that are being taken How could we approve of that? I don't approve of it. If others can approve of it, killing of babies, I don't approve of it. Yes, you have a right to defend yourself, but you have to do it in a just fashion. To perform, if you will, an unjust act in the name of justice is still an injustice. You cannot clean it up by saying it's a just act. Your actions themselves speak for you. Killing babies is not a just act, especially when you've declared war on Hamas and you end up killing Palestinian babies. It was wrong to kill Israeli babies. What Hamas did was dastardly. And the way they did it is impossible to even imagine a human being doing it. But you can't complain about killing the Israeli babies and then decide, well, it's okay. The Palestinian babies are just collateral damage.
Tell them, Al.
Just happen to be in the wrong place. What is wrong with us? I will not support the killing of these Palestinian babies. I will not support the destruction of Gaza. And I pray that this country will come to its senses. How long can this go on? My dear friends, I'm always honored to have this opportunity. I don't know how much longer I'll have it. There are a lot of people who don't like what I say.
AIPAC gonna come after him.
To change rules. As you've seen today, they can change the rules. So I never know when I'll be giving my last speech from this podium. But until I have as long as I have the opportunity to give a speech, I'm going to speak truth to power. But more than that, I'm going to speak truth about power. I yield back the balance of my time.
Was sent to me. Doesn't matter who sent it to me, but watch this. This is a compilation of Benjamin Netanyahu warmongering. He seems like, I guess he's the permanent Israel prime minister. Watch this.
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Obviously, we like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how do it...
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The answer is categorically yes, is Iraq and Iran. But a third nation, by the way, is Libya as well. Libya is trying very rapidly to build an atomic bomb capability. So you have here now three nations. All stand together to...
Y'all heard what he said? Every last name. These are the Zionists. This is the Khazarian boss, Benjamin Netanyahu. Every fucking country he named, America is trying to attack. We knocked off Gaddafi for him. We knocked off Saddam for him. We tried to knock off Assad in Syria, but Putin stepped in. They want to knock off Iran, but that's going to be big smoke. The United States had no problems with any of those people. The Zionists did. And it's very important you understand that, because American wars have been fought on behalf of the Zionists, not for no benefits of the regular Americans, the elite. But he told you, if you knock off Saddam, things gonna get peaceful. Did that happen? He said, if you knock off Gaddafi, things will get better. Really? Shit got much worse. He was lying.
To stop Iran's march of conquest subjugation, and terror. I know that no matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel.
By the way, that's a command. That's an order he was giving to Congress. That wasn't him making an assessment. He was telling them, you stand with Israel. And then that's what they did. They all stood. So the seemingly permanent Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is seen here revealing his history of getting everybody else to fight his wars except himself or his people. It's like he's part Hitler, part Tom Sawyer. That's right. He's Tom Hitler, ladies and gentlemen.
He didn't want to fight Gaddafi. He got NATO to do it. He didn't want to fight Saddam. He got America to do it. He don't want to fight. He can't even beat Hamas.
And he is as pious a Jew as Vito Corleone was a good Catholic. When he says that he kept saying that we must overthrow Iraq. We must overthrow Russia. We must overthrow Libya and Iran. He just means you. He means you. That's what he's talking about. Let me bring in the two Jews from the New Dissidents. First of all, what about him being the permanent prime minister? And isn't that quite whoever put that together, that's quite a compilation. It's a real wake-up call. So it seems like the real terrorist in the Middle East is Israel and not those other countries, correct?
But yeah, this is like his third stint, I think, as prime minister. I believe it's his third stint. But yeah, I mean, they give this as a dictation, right? I mean, they just dictate what our policy is going to be because, as RFK says, Israel is our aircraft carrier in the Middle East. They are our proxy in the region. And so we have to do what they want. They exert an enormous amount of influence. I think we're going to cover later on the show the $20 million that's being offered to a challenger to Rashida Tlaib, which she didn't even have the balls to vote against the resolution that equated anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. So yeah, no, I mean, look, they just exert a tremendous amount of control. And that's what they're there for. That's why Joe Biden said famously, 30 years ago, maybe even longer, if there wasn't an Israel, we would have to create one. We need a proxy in the region there. And that is why we will back them no matter what. And they know we have to back them no matter what. So they exploit that relationship on their end by dictating, like he says there, you stand with Israel. Yes, we do. Everybody stands up.
Everybody stand.
Right, now, what do you think about Benjamin Netanyahu?
I think he's a very snappy dresser. I was trying to get into his sartorial taste the whole time. That was my amazing take. No, we did a piece the other night about The Nation ran an article a few months ago that went pretty much unremarked and unnoticed, demonstrating that everything that we claimed Russia did, Israel did in 2016. And if you look at a lot of the things that look like cover-ups, that even if you were a skeptic of Russiagate, you couldn't argue that some of the behavior wasn't suspicious. That is the missing piece of the puzzle. There was collusion. The Trump campaign was colluding with Israel. Yes, they were getting intelligence ahead of WikiLeaks dumps, but they were getting that information from Israel. Basically, everything you were told in Russiagate, you could attribute more or less to Israel. I think what we've really seen over the course of this Gaza war is how much of a just absolute blank check they have and how absolutely absurd it is when we talk about these dangerous foreign leaders. That's why that was one of the things I screamed at Rachel Maddow, because earlier in the evening she had talked about dangerous foreign leaders. I said, is Netanyahu a dangerous foreign leader? Clearly, he is a dangerous foreign leader. He is going before Congress multiple times, as you showed in this footage, trying to manipulate our country into getting into World War III, like his lesser light Zelensky does.
This is really kind of stunning, this video. I don't think you can overstate how crazy this is. And if you want to see who the real warmonger is in the Middle East, who the real psychopathic murderer is, or the guy who's the unstable terrorist in the Middle East. Let's watch this again.
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Obviously, we like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how do it...
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The answer is categorically yes, is Iraq and Iran. But a third nation, by the way, is Libya as well. Libya is trying very rapidly to build an atomic bomb capability. So you have here now three nations.
All stand together to stop Iran's march of conquest, subjugation, and terror. Know that no matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel.
And all those clowns applauding are some of the most unscrupulous, easily corrupted motherfuckers you've ever met in your life. They're the opposite of integrity and dignity. They are bought and paid for, and they are cowards, and they will sell this country out for a nickel, and they already did. They've done it. They do it almost daily on the regular. They sell this country out. They sell this country out to a proxy war with Russia and Ukraine. They'll gladly send a couple of $100 billion to the most corrupt country in Europe to fill the pockets of their donors and to appease Israel before they send a nickel to the United States to help you get your health care, to help you get a living wage, or get clean water in Flint. There still isn't clean water in Flint. How many cities in that? It's not just Flint. There's lead poisoned water all over this country. There's people living under bridges all over this country. And instead of sending a couple of $1 billion to fix that, which is that's all it would take. It would take way less money to fix homelessness in America and fix all the water in America and all the bridges in America than we sent to Ukraine. It would take a lot less. So they got the money and they just don't want to give it to you because the billionaire class wants us living in a country that's filled with homeless people to the brim, that makes you feel unstable, that your job could be taken away from you at any moment, or you have to work 2 or 3 of them, and that you're still crushed under healthcare bills when you get sick. They want that because, remember, chaos and fear serves the oligarchy. And what they get you to do is blame your neighbor for all that pain and all that economic pain you're worrying about. And what did they get you to focus on instead? They get you to focus on #MeToo. They get you to focus on sex violence on campus. They get you to focus on Donald Trump as a fascist. They get you to focus on Nazis with tiki torches. They get you to focus on everything except the economic pain that's being inflicted upon you by the oligarchy, the handful of billionaires that run this country and run this world and own your media. And people who watch this show are waking up to that. We need more people to wake up to it. Let me throw it over to you. Any last comments on this?
I think one of the most heartening things about the reaction to Gaza is to see how many people are waking up to it. And I am particularly heartened by what's happening on campuses. We just covered that protest at Brown where the dean tried to offer the customary kente cloth kind of gesture about the Palestinian students who were shot. And those kids were not having it. They were screaming about divesting from Israel, about not taking military contracts. So it seems like this is a big red pill moment, particularly for Gen Z. So it's encouraging.
You know, when one guy, meaning Benjamin Netanyahu, when one guy is walking around telling everybody else what the problems are in the outer world, eventually everybody figures out it's that one guy who's the problem. And it seems like that's what people are figuring out now. Hey, turns out Israel's the problem. Benjamin Netanyahu is the problem. Zionism is the problem. Not Judaism, But that's exactly what they want to do. They want you to conflate Zionism with Judaism. Those are two totally separate things.
Yes.
And you can be 100% a hatred of Zionism, and that does not make you an anti-Semite. That does not make you anti-Jew or anti-Judaism. So that's what people need. And I think people are waking up to that too. I think just just like when they called Bernie a sexist and a racist and violent, and then they said the same thing about Trump. Well, now those terms don't mean anything. And the same thing's happening with anti-Semitism. When you call everybody, 95% of all the protests in the world right now over Israel-Palestine are supporting Palestine. So when you call everybody in the world an anti-Semite, eventually that word doesn't mean anything. And I think we're to that point right now where anti-Semite doesn't mean anything.
Well, that's why it's so important for people to come out, because they can't brand everybody an anti-Semite, right? That's where strength in numbers comes in. If the protests are small, small groups can be marginalized easily because they're small, right?
Yeah, that's right. But when it's everybody, you can't marginalize everybody. Okay, over to
and we're seeing more and more Jews coming out and telling their stories. Adam Friedland just did a really interesting segment. We also showed that Jewish woman who was talking about how she should have asked questions sooner. More and more Jews are coming out and talking about how, you are raised as a Jew very often to believe that you have an obligation to defend Israel, and that if you don't, you're betraying Judaism. And so many Jews are just getting red-pilled and realizing they were brainwashed.
You were ahead of the curve on this, Russ. You got yourself kicked out of Hebrew school because you didn't give a shit about going back to Israel, correct?
Yes, I did. I did. They told me we were all going to have to go back, and all my friends were like Italian Catholic. I didn't want to leave all my friends in America and go live in Israel.
We're doing live comedy shows in Oxnard, California.
Piers Morgan. but one of the things that pisses me off about Piers Morgan is, okay, so he has all these guys on, and yes, to his credit, he does host debates and brings, people on with different sides, and they say their piece, and that's great. But he asks a question like that to Gabor Mate. He gets this brilliant, thoughtful, clear, very sober-minded answer. But then he never seems to incorporate the knowledge gained from one interview into the next interview. He'll just start with the next guy. So do you condemn Hamas? Why not condemn Hamas? Usually, Jimmy, when you interview these guys, all of these COVID doctors, right, you would absorb the knowledge, and then you would use that knowledge and bring that to the next interview, to the next guest, right? To sort of deepen your understanding, deepen the audience's understanding. Every interview that Piers Morgan does seems to be this reset where he just defaults to the same bullshit talking points that person after person has to just knock down.
That is a good point. Yeah.
He's putting on a show.
Yes.
He's not trying to have a debate. He's trying to put on a show.
So
he's a wrestler.
He knows how to get ratings, and that's a good way to, and everybody wants ratings. So you can't disparage someone for doing that. I cover the topics I cover. Because people are interested in them. Right. And but I also cover topics that people aren't interested in, like Julian Assange. I cover it all the time.
Right.
And I know it's going to be, I have to think of an extra clever headline to get people to click on that video, but I'm going to cover it anyway because I think it's important. So I try to give tip of the hat to Piers Morgan. It is better than, MSNBC just fired Mehdi Hassan.
Oh, yeah, no, he's better. No, of course. No, absolutely. Well, yeah, absolutely.
And not that I'm a fan of Mehdi Hassan at all. Because he's a willing tool of empire, but to the point where he won't even say shit about being fired. That's what a company man Mehdi Hassan is. He didn't say anything about him being taken off the air after October 7th, and he won't say anything about being taking his whole show away now because he's pro-Palestine. He's not going to say anything about it because Mehdi Hassan is a company man and he knows where his bread is buttered and he's looking for his next network corporate news job. That's what he's doing. Go ahead, Russ.
We took a look at he did an interview. I forget the guy's name, but he did an interview. Regev, I think his name might be. He did an interview with an Israeli spokesperson on November 16th that is almost heartbreaking in how masterful it is. Take everything that you hate about Mehdi Hassan and use it for good. And that's what that interview was. He just completely took apart this Israeli spokesperson. You'd say, well, there you go. There you go. Why don't you just do that all the time? That's what's very strange about this. I can't imagine Hassan didn't understand what the consequences would be for doing what he did. So why did he do it? Because as you say, he is such a company man. What was that? The inch of his soul he couldn't sell? What was that?
Maybe he thought. I think that's it. Maybe he thought the tide would turn, and because all the lip service they paid to respecting brown people in the professional managerial class and at places like MSNBC and corporate news, that he thought he might be a little protected in doing that, and he was wrong. And he got his mind right now, and now he's not saying shit about it. I haven't seen that interview. I didn't know that he actually did good work.
I'll send it over to you. It's you look at this and you say, God, if only this was what he did all the time, he would be one of the most valuable journalists on earth.
So Mehdi does have skills. It's just he almost 95% of the time uses them for evil and nefarious purposes.
That's it.
I said, I think the exact same thing on our morning show. I think I put it almost the exact same way. Yeah, he has skills. He has talent. He just doesn't use them for good 95% of the time.
I mean, look at his interview with Matt Taibbi.
Yep.
That's example of him using.
That's what I kept thinking of.
His using his skills for evil, and Matt Taibbi, big too much of a knucklehead to be able to defend himself or know that was coming. And what did you think? What the hell did he think was going to happen to him when he went on with Mehdi Hassan on MSNBC? Do you think you're going to get a fair interview from a guy who can't defend? He couldn't defend himself out of a paper bag in the first fucking place. I mean, the guy is not a good talker. I mean, that is putting it mildly. His gift is writing for sure. Talking, he's the most mealy-mouthed, soft-spoken. Look at him on Bill Maher. It's always not as much fun as it should be. I'm being very
he's
nice.
He's not a brawler. He's very smart, and I think he's really great at what he does. But he's not. He doesn't get in the ring. He's not a brawler. When he doesn't throw a punch back. He was far too nice in that interview. Incredible. Yeah,
I think he's often surprised, which I mean it's kind of amazing given the kind of things he covers. I think he's often surprised by what scum these people are. I mean, I think that when they did the debate up in Canada, Douglas Murray was really the one who went in and shivved
the Monk debate.
The Monk debate shivved the New York Times people. Taibbi, I think he wants to have a reasonable discussion, and he's just not scum. He just doesn't want to go in on these people like that.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy who walks out of a whorehouse going, I just didn't feel loved. Anyway, I think that's an old Warren Thomas joke.
I always feel loved.
You
can't go to the cheap ones. The cheap ones don't give you that.
We're doing live comedy shows in Oxnard, California, Venice, California, Palmdale, California, Omaha. So you see this? So Israel says that thousands of cars destroyed at the festival on October 7th are to be cut up into pieces and buried underground as a mark of respect to those who were killed. The way it's the same respect we show the victims of 9/11 when we carted away any shred of evidence that could have been conclusive proofs of the culprits, right? It's the same way we hid the Kennedy assassination information for more than 2 generations. The way they wanted to bury the Pfizer information from the public for 75 years. It's because those people did something so good, the public can't handle finding out about it. It's like a surprise party. You don't want to ruin the surprise. Am I right? And there's no greater sign of respect, which you can show the dead, than to completely hide the evidence of who killed them. Am I wrong?
Well, not only that, didn't we buried bin Laden at sea, right? We never saw the body of
Out of
Osama bin Laden.
respect.
Yeah, out of respect.
And why did we kill him in the first place? Not because we didn't want him testifying in open court about actually what happened on 9/11 and what his plans were and all that stuff.
Absolutely.
No, we did it, out of respect again. We killed him. But you know how they have, you heard of Plant a Tree for Israel program? This is Plant a Car Destroyed by Israel program. This is the same. It's a little bit of a different thing.
And they're not gonna show these cars on CNN or MSNBC, because if you see these cars, then you're gonna realize Israel killed a lot of their own people, which has already came out that Israeli helicopter gunships killed a lot of their own citizens. They just was shooting at Hamas. They was like, anybody move is Hamas. So all these burnt up cars was not burnt up by Hamas. This was the Israeli military. They killed a lot of their own people. Now they're trying to bury the cars and bury the evidence.
It's a little bit of a different thing. So,
well, they should do what we do here in America. They should build a big tower and a memorial and a food court and sell hats and T-shirts. It'll be a big tourist attraction like Ground Zero was, and
it is kind of gross.
That's the American way.
It is kind of gross. So Max Blumenthal. So I don't know if people know this, but this is not. I don't think this is controversial anymore. That Israel's attack helicopters killed a lot of their own people on October 7th, right? So I'm not, according to YouTube rules, I'm not denying a mass, violent event. I'm saying it happened. I'm just saying that now it's been revealed. Didn't the IDF also admit that?
Now that it's revealed that Israel killed hundreds of its own people, we know they don't give a damn about no Palestinian kids. If you willing to kill your own people to get Hamas, I know you willing to kill those elderly people and those children you killing to get at Hamas. And that's why they don't want this fact to come out. They're not trying to hit no Hamas. They want to hit anything move because they're willing to do it to their own people.
That they did this or no? What is your information?
They have now admitted it. They came out and admitted it, and they're really using that to try to claim credibility in every other area. You see, how could we be lying about killing the children? We came out on our own and admitted we killed our own people. See how honest we are.
So Max Blumenthal tweets out, as evidence of friendly fire killings on October 7th mounts, Israel plans to bury cars containing important forensic evidence which were burned in southern Gaza. It will shred the cars completely before burying them to be as environmentally friendly as possible. Yeah, that's talk, because there's no, how when you shred cars and then bury them underground, there's no way they make it into the groundwater. There's not a chance.
No, of course not. Of course not. That was how they in the Pixar film, that was how they buried the cars, right? I think that's where they're taking that from.
What movie was that?
That was Cars. It was actually called Cars. Pixar.
Pixar. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is from the Jerusalem Post. This is why Israel plans to bury hundreds of cars with ashes and bloodstains to preserve the sanctity of those murdered by Hamas. For the first time since the establishment of the state, they decided to bury the vehicles. That's from November 22nd. It was updated. This is real. Let me just.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
In order to save space and be as environmentally. You can't make this shit up. In order to save space and be as environmentally friendly as possible, Hasid explained that the cars may be shredded before being buried. The underlying rationale behind this initiative is to maximize space efficiency by compacting the existing vehicles. Here's another article from The Cradle. Israeli Apache helicopters killed their own soldiers and civilians on October 7th. That's from a report. And the subheadline is, new footage corroborates previous reports that say the Israeli military is responsible for many of the Israeli casualties during the first day of Operation El Aqsa flood. This is from November 9th. That's The Cradle. So there's no way Hamas, because a lot of people pointed out that there wasn't a way for Hamas to have the ammo or the fire capability to do this to these cars. They were a bunch of guys in Adidas sweats and hang gliders. And how would they do this? So that could only come from like an Apache helicopter type thing. According to the Jerusalem Post, to preserve the sanctity of those murdered, they've decided to do that. Do you see what's happening here? Asked Max Blumenthal. I see what's happening here. Here's one more. I'll give you narrator voice. This was not why Israel planned to bury hundreds of cars. So let me bring in the due dissonance fellas again. What they're doing this right out in public, right? But we've gotten used to this kind of stuff happening out in public, and they told you to ignore the evidence of your own eyes and ears. It was their final and most essential command. Is that what this is?
Yeah, it's really bizarre. I mean, when they do something that at best, at its most innocence, is a complete and total waste of time, why would they have to do this now? What is the urgency of doing this right now that they have to announce? Oh, yeah, we're at war. We're in a civilizational battle for our own existence as a state. But we just want everybody to know one of our main priorities right now is shredding hundreds of cars and burying them into the ground to pay respects to the victims, right? They're not even claiming that it serves any kind of like utilitarian purpose. No, first thing we have to do, we have to build a junkyard memorial, a scrapyard memorial to the victims of the attack. Yeah, it's totally bizarre. It makes no sense.
Well, originally it was going to be a found art sculpture, but people felt that would be tasteless.
Yeah, right.
So they admit that Israeli Apache helicopters killed their own soldiers and civilians on October 7th. And my question is, where did the IDF think they were? The Las Vegas Mandalay Bay? Come on, am I right? We pay our American tax dollars for those helicopters, and they should be used here in America.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, this was honestly, if you saw my last segment on Rumble and now this here, I just don't know why there isn't a revolution in every country in the world at this moment right now. I mean, an actual real revolution, not that pretend January 6th bullshit that was a psyop committed by the FBI.
Need a real revolution.
I'm talking about a real revolution where people show up and overthrow governments. We're doing live comedy shows and
Okay, let me see.
Escalated significantly. Al-Qassam has initiated a robust resistance against Israeli forces, marking one of the most intense periods of conflict seen in recent times. Our dedication to uncovering overlooked news from mainstream media persists. Please like and share this video to raise awareness and stay informed about the latest developments in Palestine by hitting the subscribe button. There are reports of numerous Israeli soldiers being ambushed as they return to positions they had vacated during the ceasefire. The tactics and weaponry utilized by Palestinian resistance fighters during these attacks are unprecedented in this conflict, signaling a shift in strategy since Israel opted for a more forceful approach to resolve the long-standing crisis in Gaza. Amid the ceasefire, Israeli forces reportedly withdrew many armored vehicles from Gaza's main city. However, this withdrawal was met with caution as Palestinian forces used highly explosive anti-tank munitions, resulting in the destruction of several vehicles and tanks. The success of these anti-tank battles compelled Israel to reconsider its ground battle strategies and implement troop rotations to minimize human losses.
Got it.
The Palestinian resistance's success in maintaining ambiguity around their attacks played a pivotal role in creating an atmosphere of unpredictability. Their strategic maneuvers, designed to obscure their intentions, established a sense of invulnerability that kept the occupying Israeli forces constantly on edge. This uncertainty deeply affected the morale of Israeli soldiers, compelling them to grapple with the challenge of anticipating and defending against these elusive assaults. The effectiveness of these tactics became evident when an Israeli commander, faced with mounting casualties among his troops, made the difficult choice of withdrawing soldiers from specific areas along the front line. This strategic retreat underscored the toll exacted by the relentless and enigmatic nature of the Palestinian resistance's attacks. This situation highlights the psychological and tactical acumen of the Palestinian resistance. Through a blend of guerrilla tactics, strategic ambiguity, and persistent pressure, they disrupted the perceived dominance of the occupying forces and inflicted considerable damage without direct confrontation. This success not only undermined the military capabilities of the occupiers but also significantly weakened their resolve. However, the occupying forces erred by moving a column of tanks and armored vehicles through perilous routes toward Al-Atatra, Beit Lahia, and Jabalia. This maneuver resulted in the loss of numerous tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Reportedly, around 100 troops were neutralized as Al-Qassam's special squad unleashed a sudden and devastating assault, throwing the forces into disarray and confusion. This marked the onset of fighting after the collapse of the ceasefire. In addition to the devastating response by the resistance, Israeli cities also witnessed the wrath of the fighting in Gaza. The Al-Qassam brigades fired barrages of missiles at Tel Aviv and other cities in the Israeli-occupied territories in response to the Israeli bombing of civilians in Gaza, while its fighters engaged in fierce clashes with Israeli troops inside the Strip. The armed wing of the Hamas resistance movement, Al-Qassam, stated it fired rockets at cities like Ascalon, Ashdod, Sderot, Netivot, and Beersheba, as well as the Ra'im military base. They also reported attacks on Israeli forces in northern Gaza, targeting an Israeli tank and a troop carrier. Additionally, they attacked a group of soldiers stationed in a building in Beit Hanan, using 4 anti-personnel and anti-fortification shells. Separately, the Al-Quds brigades, the military wing of the Palestinian Islamic Resistance, mentioned attacking several towns in response to Israeli bombings. They claimed targeting the Kisafim kibbutz with 107 missiles and engaging in fierce clashes with Israeli soldiers near Al-Rantisi Hospital in the Al-Nasser neighborhood in Gaza City. They also reported shooting down an Israeli Skylark drone in central Gaza. This escalation in fighting follows Hezbollah's decision to resume fighting after the truce collapsed. The Lebanese resistance movement resumed its anti-Israel operations in support of the resistance in Gaza. They targeted groups of Israeli soldiers at Jul al-Alam, al-Marj, and Ramia military positions, as well as the Ramam barracks. The Israeli occupation's artillery attacked several areas in southern Lebanon, resulting in the death of a mother and her son in the Lebanese town of Hula. Hezbollah has vowed that the Lebanon-Palestine border will remain an active front line as long as Israel's aggression against Gaza continues. Gaza's Ministry of Health reported at least 109 fatalities and hundreds more injured as the Israeli regime resumed military operations, targeting residential areas and refugee camps across densely populated regions since Friday morning when a week-long truce expired. The truce, extended twice, commenced on November 24, pausing the brutal Israeli strikes that had begun in early October and claimed over 15,000 Palestinian lives. International bodies urged more time to deliver medical supplies, food, and fuel to Gaza, where an estimated 1.7 million people were displaced. The fighting resumed after U.S. top diplomat Antony Blinken's visit and discussions with Israeli leaders.
It's also important to understand why the pause came to an end. It came to an end because of Hamas. Hamas reneged on commitments it made. In fact, even before the pause came to an end, it committed an atrocious terrorist attack in Jerusalem, killing 3 people, wounding others, including Americans. It began firing rockets before the pause had ended, and as I said, it reneged on commitments it made in terms of releasing certain hostages. We remain intensely focused on getting everyone home. getting hostages back. It's something that I also worked on today. So we're still at this. We're also very much focused, as we've been all along, on trying to make sure that this conflict doesn't spread, that it doesn't escalate in other places. But we're also using our diplomacy to look at not only what's happening today and how we're handling that, but also what happens the day after in Gaza, and how we can get on the path to a just, lasting, and secure peace for Israelis, for Palestinians, in fact, for everyone in the region.
The US's hypocrisy became evident with revelations about their complicity in arming Israel. A major news outlet detailed how the United States supplied bunker buster bombs and various munitions for Israel's Gaza campaign. Washington transferred 100 BLU-109 bombs to Israel designed to penetrate hardened structures, each carrying a warhead over 900 kilograms, 1,980 pounds, used previously in conflicts like Afghanistan. The nature of U.S. ammunition provided to Israel during the Gaza conflict extends beyond one type, encompassing a diverse range of military equipment. Unlike the usual transparency in updates about arms support, the Pentagon remained notably reserved on specifics, raising concerns amidst global condemnation of Israeli actions. This lack of transparency amplifies debates about international relations, arms supply ethics, and accountability in conflicts. The silence from the Pentagon amidst global scrutiny over Israeli operations in Gaza fuels questions regarding potential complicity in crises marked by significant civilian casualties. Appreciate our reporting by liking and sharing this video to raise awareness. Hit the subscribe button to stay updated on Palestine. Until our next update, peace.
Quran chapter 2 verse 214 talks of a people who were struck by hardship, such that even the Prophet and the believers of the time proclaimed, when will the help of Allah come? And it seems that the response that was given to the Ummah then echoes the sentiments and what the Ummah needs to hear today. And that was unquestionably the help of Allah is near. Assalamu alaikum guys, and welcome to another episode of Smile to Jannah. If the people that are seen, the people that are responsible, the people who have been given leadership, if they are not pulling their weight, nay, Allah does not require them. Allah does not require anything if He is to help the believer. And here, guys, we have seen Allah helping the believing men and the women through forces of the unseen.
תקשיב לי טוב, תקשיב לי טוב ותדגע. תרגיע אותי בבקשה, אני אצחק, אתה לא רואה מה שאני רואה.
Belief in the unseen is a major component of Islam. For instance, believe in Allah, believe in the angels, believe in the jinn, believe in heaven, believe in hellfire, and believe in predestination, that Allah knows what is going to happen in the future. Nothing is out of the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. However, in this materialistic and atheistic world, belief in the unseen is something that we forget. No matter how strong our faith may be, our trust becomes on the means rather than the creator of the means, rather than the facilitator of the means, rather than the one that has power over the means, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Indeed, we are told by our elders using many analogies such that it is not the fire that burns without the permission of Allah. It is not the medicine that cures without the permission of Allah. Nay, we have seen many cases and instances where medicine, despite being taken in the right proportion at the right time, has had absolutely no effect. That's because the effect comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything that we see around us, and that is why we should invoke Allah, and that is why we have books filled with invocations and supplications to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that we need to make sure He is an integral part of our life, because it is indeed Allah that makes the possible impossible and the impossible possible. And what is that condition? You have to be righteous. وَهُوَ يَتَوَلَّى الصَّالِحِينَ. And Allah is the guardian of the salihin, of the righteous, if one is righteous. And as we are seeing through many clips that are emerging from Gaza, people that have had their houses decimated and their families destroyed, they still say, Ahadun Ahad, one Allah, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. It is indeed to Allah whom we put our trust. And we have seen numerous examples from even our history as well. For example, the Battle of Badr, where the Muslims were 313 against an army of 1,000, yet Allah sent angels to assist and aid the Muslimin. We saw Ibrahim alayhi salam, who was being thrown into the fire, but Allah had not commanded the fire to burn, therefore it did not burn. And Ibrahim alayhi salam went into the fire, yet he had the best time of his life. And is it any wonder that these people that are being oppressed, and in Islam we know that even if a non-Muslim makes a dua against the Muslim oppressor, indeed Allah will hear and aid even the non-believer against the believer. Why? Because oppression is not something Allah likes. And now when we see our leaders standing by and watching our brothers and sisters be massacred, Allah is not in need of you people. You are in need of Allah. For wallahi, for our leaders, I fear for them. I fear for what they will go through in this world and in the hereafter as well. And that is why when Khilafat was given to Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, he did not want it, and he tried to avert it as much as possible. And same with our other leaders of the past like Umar bin Abdul Aziz and the likes. And that is why when our brothers and sisters supplicate, and that is why when our Gazan brothers and sisters supplicate, chapter 3 verse 5 comes to mind, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, in the heavens and in the earth, nothing is hidden from Allah. Allah is seeing everything that is happening and taking place. And that is why scores of people are accepting Islam just by seeing the resolve of our Gazan brothers and sisters. And as for the Israelis who have become blind with rage and hatred, who are carpet bombing the Palestinians, it reminds me of a quote that says, they have set out to change their fate, but they are only sealing it. For naturally they won't be able to kill everybody, and those that survive will be joining the very force, Hamas, that they want to vanquish. Because anybody at that time that sees their family from being murdered, you can literally take a pen and wipe out the rest of their life and just write warrior. That person, now they have no life. They have no aim other than fighting and avenging the memory of their family. Let's leave it there, guys. Until next time.
Has once again taken center stage on the global diplomatic front as Russia issues a stern warning to Israel, urging an immediate ceasefire. The conflict, characterized by decades of tension, violence, and territorial disputes, has resulted in significant loss of life and widespread suffering on both sides. As the international community grapples with the complexities of the situation, Russia's call for a ceasefire has intensified the spotlight on the crisis. The Gaza conflict is deeply rooted in historical tensions between Israelis and Palestinians. It dates back to the late 19th century when Jewish immigrants began settling in Palestine, which was then part of the Ottoman Empire. Following World War II, the United Nations approved a plan to partition Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states, leading to the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. This decision triggered the First Arab-Israeli War and laid the foundation for the enduring conflict. The Gaza Strip, a narrow piece of land on the eastern Mediterranean coast, has been at the heart of the conflict. Following the 1948 war, it came under Egyptian administration until the Six-Day War in 1967, when Israel occupied the territory. In 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew its settlers and soldiers from Gaza, effectively ending its direct control. However, Israel retained control over Gaza's borders, airspace, and sea access, which has since been a source of contention. One of the key players in the Gaza conflict is Hamas, a Palestinian political and military organization. Hamas emerged in the late 1980s and gained prominence during the first Palestinian Intifada, or uprising, against Israeli occupation. Over the years, Hamas has been labeled a terrorist organization by several countries, including Israel, the United States, and the European Union, due to its use of violence against civilians and its refusal to recognize Israel's right to exist. Hamas won the Palestinian legislative elections in 2006, leading to a brief period of political chaos and factional violence within the Palestinian territories. The group's control over Gaza intensified after it seized power in a violent coup in 2007, effectively splitting the Palestinian territories into two separate entities: the West Bank, controlled by the Palestinian Authority led by Fatah, and Gaza, controlled by Hamas. Gaza has been under a stringent Israeli and Egyptian blockade since 2007, which has had dire consequences for the territory's residents. The blockade has severely restricted the movement of people and goods, leading to an economic and humanitarian crisis. Basic necessities such as food, medicine, and fuel have been in short supply, while infrastructure and public services have deteriorated. The blockade has exacerbated the already dire living conditions in Gaza, where a population of over 2 million people is crammed into a small area with limited access to clean water and electricity. The high levels of poverty and unemployment have fueled frustration and resentment among the population, contributing to the cycle of violence and unrest. Everyone knows of the recent events in Palestine. Against this backdrop of violence and suffering, Russia issued a warning to Israel, calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Russia's intervention in the conflict carries significant weight due to its long-standing ties with both Israel and the Palestinian Authority. Russia's warning reflects its growing concern over the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza and the potential for further escalation. Moscow has expressed alarm over the loss of civilian lives and the destruction of infrastructure in Gaza, while also acknowledging Israel's security concerns and right to defend itself. Russia, like many other countries, is deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The ongoing blockade, coupled with the recent violence, has created dire conditions for the civilian population. Russia's call for a ceasefire aligns with its commitment to protecting civilian lives and promoting humanitarian principles. Russia has a vested interest in maintaining stability in the Middle East. The escalating violence in Gaza has the potential to spill over into neighboring countries, exacerbating regional instability. Moscow's warning aims to prevent further destabilization and chaos in the already volatile region. Russia has positioned itself as a mediator in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict over the years. It has maintained contact with both Israeli and Palestinian officials and has hosted talks aimed at finding a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Russia's warning underscores its desire to play a constructive role in resolving the crisis. By issuing a warning to Israel, Russia seeks to assert itself as a global player capable of influencing regional conflicts. It also aligns with Russia's broader foreign policy goals of asserting its presence and influence on the world stage. Russia's warning adds diplomatic pressure on Israel to halt its military operations in Gaza. While Israel has cited its security concerns as the primary reason for its actions, international calls for restraint and a ceasefire are growing louder. The Middle East is a complex web of geopolitical rivalries and alliances. Russia's intervention may influence the behavior of other regional actors, including Iran and Turkey, both of which have interests in the Palestinian cause. Russia's call for a ceasefire has been met with support from other countries, including some European nations and China. The international community is increasingly united in its demand for a cessation of hostilities and a return to peace talks. A ceasefire, if implemented, could create an opportunity for renewed peace negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians. However, the road to a lasting resolution remains fraught with challenges, including the issue of Palestinian statehood and the status of Jerusalem. In the aftermath of Russia's warning, the international community is closely monitoring developments in Gaza and the response from both Israel and Hamas. The call for a ceasefire has been met with a mixed reaction, reflecting the deep-rooted divisions and complexities of the conflict. Israel, while expressing its willingness to minimize civilian casualties, has continued its military operations in Gaza, citing the need to protect its citizens from rocket attacks. Israeli officials argue that they are targeting Hamas militants and infrastructure, but the high number of civilian casualties and widespread destruction has drawn condemnation from many quarters. Hamas, on the other hand, has rejected calls for a ceasefire, vowing to continue its resistance against what it sees as Israeli aggression. The group perceives itself as a defender of Palestinian rights and has garnered support from some Arab and Muslim nations. However, its tactics, including launching rockets from densely populated areas, have also drawn criticism for endangering Palestinian civilians. The United Nations and various international organizations have been actively engaged in efforts to broker a ceasefire and provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. The UN Security Council has held multiple emergency meetings to address the crisis, with several member states calling for an immediate end to the violence. While the international community's focus is on achieving an immediate ceasefire, the broader question of a long-term resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict looms large. Key issues, such as the status of Jerusalem, the right of return for Palestinian refugees, and the establishment of a viable Palestinian state, remain deeply divisive and have been stumbling blocks in previous peace negotiations. Russia's warning to Israel has prompted renewed discussions about the role of major global powers in resolving the conflict. The United States has historically played a central role in Middle East diplomacy, often acting as a mediator between Israel and the Palestinians. The Biden administration has expressed support for a ceasefire and has dispatched a senior diplomat to the region to engage with both parties. The European Union, too, has been active in diplomatic efforts, urging restraint and a cessation of hostilities. European leaders have emphasized the need for a two-state solution, with Israel and a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security. China, as a rising global power, has also weighed in on the situation, expressing concern about the escalating violence and calling for a political solution to the conflict. China's interest in the Middle East has grown in recent years, driven by its economic investments in the region and its desire to play a more prominent role in global affairs. The situation in Gaza has resonated with people around the world, sparking protests and demonstrations in numerous countries. Solidarity rallies in support of the Palestinian cause have taken place in cities from London to Jakarta, with participants calling for an end to the violence and a just resolution to the conflict. The Gaza conflict is a deeply entrenched and highly complex dispute that has defied resolution for decades. Russia's recent warning to Israel, calling for an immediate ceasefire, underscores the urgency of the situation and the need for international intervention to prevent further suffering and instability. Thank you for sticking with me all.
Floated over the past few hours over a new report in the Daily Mail from multiple CIA whistleblowers. Those CIA whistleblowers are revealing for the first time that for decades, the CIA has played a central role in collecting alien spacecraft. The CIA has an office called the Office of Global Access, and they have collected at least 9 non-human craft, 2 of which are completely intact. Christopher Sharp is one of the authors of the story in the Daily Mail. He is also the editor-in-chief of Liberation Times, and he joins me now. And Chris, first of all, I just got to say, great reporting on this story, the work that you and your co-authors have done on this has opened up quite a few can of worms. Amazing work. Multiple highly credible sources have now come forward and confirmed your reporting on this. So you've really let the cat out of the bag, Chris. Great work.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having me on as well, Clayton. Yes, I mean, so this process started in the summer when I was doing research around the Office of Global Access and JSOC. I was doing research and had spoken to a few people about a possible crash retrieval program relating to craft of unknown or non-human origin. And it seemed that these places were very, very well suited to such a program. For instance, a source told us, as it turns out, JSOC's counter proliferation capabilities and those of the agency are also perfectly suited for this type of mission, with specific expertise in security compartmentalization already built in. So the Office of Global Access is within the CIA, and that's within its Directorate of Science and Technology. So those are the guys you go to if you need access to a foreign country to retrieve some hazardous material. It could be a nuclear weapon, or it could be a foreign craft or some type. So those are the guys who get you the access. And then they work with JSOC, which is the Joint Special Operations Command. So they oversee Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, and some of the other special operations units. And from my understanding, these units, such as Delta Force, for example, have expertise in counter proliferation. So when you're dealing with potential non-human craft with radiological material, they're perfectly suited to such things. So yeah, so I started doing the research, and I started speaking out to some sources in the know, and the feedback was like, wow, you've hit upon something here. It was very difficult getting quotes, even anonymously at first. We were getting corroboration. I brought my co-author, Matt Ford, on board, who had other very, very well-placed sources. And we went through an exercise of going through our sources, gathering information, getting corroboration, taking out anything that may be inaccurate. And then we thought, well, actually, we need more sources to provide quotations. We need a little bit more meat to the bone. So that's when I approached my colleague at the Daily Mail, Josh Boswell. And Josh then did his own corroboration on whether the story was accurate. He got back the same messages as us, that it was accurate. And he managed to get some more information. He managed to get some more quotations. And this is where we're left today with this story. It seems like we found a program.
We found a program. And I think for a lot of us, we've always thought that the CIA must be involved in this, right? But now we have confirmation of this from the CIA itself, confirming that the CIA is at the heart of this. And it makes sense, as you point out in your story. The compartmentalization, the secrecy with which the CIA operates is perfect for them to run off the books, black ops, stuff that doesn't come out of the traditional budget. As Tim Burchett pointed out yesterday in an interview with Tucker Carlson, he said that the Pentagon has failed its 6th audit in a row. 50% of their funding is unaccounted for. 50%. Imagine running a business like that. So the CIA was perfectly situated to be running these programs. And just talk about that secrecy and where they store these craft. Do we know where they're storing these craft that they have?
So the questions we should ask ourselves are things like, okay, are the CIA stations and mission centers across the globe, are they involved with the transportation of materials to contractors? I think that's a good question to ask. And if so, which contractors are they going to? From my understanding, they are basically, they're getting them out of their hands as quickly as possible, so the paper trail is thin. And I think we should be asking questions. We should be asking questions of the deputy director and former deputy directors or assistant directors of national intelligence for acquisition, technology, and facilities. But basically, that's the term for acquiring technology and storing technology. So what do they know? It's funny as well because you've got someone called Dawn Mayerix. She is the former assistant director of National Intelligence to the same place, National Intelligence for Acquisition, Technology and Facilities. And she was the deputy director of CIA for Science and Technology, which is where the Office of Global Access falls under. So you have to ask yourself a question. Are they cooperating? Have the Arrow spoken to people like Dawn, for instance? Have other UAP investigations spoke to her? And if so, is she cooperating? Is she answering the questions that they're asking her? I think what you're finding is that they are trying to evade oversight. And it's very, very concerning. And look, I think a lot of people as well were saying, well, you know, we don't know if to trust this story. It's using anonymous sources. That's fine. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to trust Josh. You don't have to trust Matt. Speak to the politicians. They can corroborate it with their own sources that they trust.
Right. Call a committee hearing, demand answers. But right now, what's happening in Congress is they're getting stonewalled. And the UFO Disclosure Act looks like it might be dead. Who knows if it's going to be dead or watered down? And there are certain members of Congress who stand to benefit from the military-industrial complex, who make a lot of money from the military-industrial complex, who are looking like they're trying to stonewall the UFO Disclosure Act. And so, yeah, members of Congress can be asking these questions. We can be calling members of the CIA in front of Congress and demanding answers about these off-the-books programs. And trying to find out more information, transparency for the American people. But it appears they really want to keep this hidden from the American people, the amount of money. To me, it sounds like a criminal organization. It sounds like there are massive crimes being covered up here. Is that how you read it?
Isn't it crazy that you have Democratic representatives whose job it is to provide oversight on behalf of the electorate? And they're basically saying, no, we don't want more oversight. We don't want more transparency. Like, are we just living in a backwards world here when that kind of stuff happens? And you have to ask yourself in terms of, you know, Mike Turner, he represents Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Okay, so NASIC is partially based at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So you have to ask yourself, are there any potential conflicts of interest, especially when it relates to this story? You know, are there facilities within Wright-Patterson Air Force Base relating to acquiring foreign technologies and potentially reverse engineering them? So do you have those conflicts of interest? I mean, that's a good question to ask. I'd also point out as well, something also which wasn't in the story. I mean, there's two aspects to mention as well. So firstly,
yeah, I wanted to point out. So you and I were texting before the show, and you said, Clayton, there's some new information that's come out. New information that we didn't have when we first hit publish on this story, further confirmation. Can you go into some of that? Just wanted to set the stage for our audience here.
Sure. So just to clarify, this is actually information that we had in the original story, single sourced information in terms of one piece of information, and then multi-sourced in another piece of information, which I'll get down to. So the first thing was that I was hearing that the US Air Force's First Special Operations Component Maintenance Squadron is involved in a potential transportation of such materials. Now that's based in Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, which is the exact facility that representatives were denied access to a few months ago, including Representative Luna and Representative Burchett, because someone from that base, a pilot, saying that they had seen UAP over the Gulf of Mexico. So I think that's really, really interesting, definitely, and something to explore and to investigate further and see if you can corroborate with other sources.
I just want to point out, because your audio kind of clipped there for a second, but I want to make sure our audience understands that. So there's a pilot who saw something out of Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. Members of Congress went to try to go there. They were told they're not allowed to go there. They're not allowed to see what they have there. And this is where this Air Force Special Operations information you're getting, operations, is coming out of Eglin Air Force Base.
Yeah, it just so happens it's coincidental that this unit is also based there, which I find quite interesting. And then the other thing as well. I mean, we kept on hearing a story about, so the way it works from our understanding is that it's very, very dependent on where special operations units are in the world. So if a SEAL team, for instance, happens to be near a location of a crashed or landed craft, they'll be sent out there because they'll be the closest unit. And we kept on hearing a story about a SEAL team that was sent out to a site of an alleged crashed non-human craft. And at first they thought it was some kind of like Star Wars secret technology, but then they started to get the impression that actually this was not human, that this was a non-human craft. And then from my understanding, different people within that unit started getting very, very concerned that they didn't have cover and that this was potentially illegal. And this is a good time to point out that if these allegations are correct and that you do have special operations units involved in retrievals, we should not demonize them because a lot of them may not simply know what they're involved with. I just think we need further investigations into this, and I think Congress should be taking this seriously. As I said, they can seek corroboration with other sources, and we should investigate these allegations.
You know, there are plenty of reports that we've covered here on this show that these are not, these craft are not from another planet currently, that they have been here for thousands of years, and that we've been in contact with them for a very, very long amount of time. And the US government is complicit and absolutely knows that this is the case. What are you seeing in your reporting to confirm or deny that these are not just flying in last week, but they are here? They are in ocean bases. They are in Antarctic bases. They are right before our eyes, and they've been here for a very long time.
Yeah, they are here from my understanding, and that's why I'm hearing from multiple sources. And on some occasions, they're cloaked as well. And from my understanding, the US government has ways to actually detect them, even when they're cloaked. And as I said, these are allegations. I think that we should be taking them seriously because they're coming from very, very senior intelligence and defense officials. And they're all saying the same thing. So either you've got all these very, very well-educated, experienced, very, very senior intelligence and defense officials trusted with the most classified information in your government, briefing senior members of Congress and the White House. So either they've all gone mad, they've all gone completely crazy or being misled, or they're telling the truth. Whatever way you look at it, this is a big story.
Right. It's not a distraction at all. This is arguably one of the biggest stories of all time, and we should absolutely be looking at it. We should actually be asking the questions: why is the U.S. government hiding it from us? Why are governments hiding it from us? Certain governments are more transparent than others, but the United States government clearly wants to keep this secret, and to me, it's criminal. It's criminal. U.S. taxpayers are funding this. We demand answers. We demand to know how this is being operated, where these are being kept, who is behind it, and who stands to make money off of it. We would do that in any sort of a court trial. We would want to know why certain members of Congress are trying to cover things up while in their own backyard they have a branch of the U.S. military that's telling them, don't go look there, you can't look there. And they're taking money from these people. And this in the military industrial complex. It's a criminal organization that's unfolding right before our eyes. Chris, any final thoughts on this? I did want to ask one final question here, which is I heard journalist Ross Coulthart say he 100% agreed with your reporting. He wanted to add one thing, which was he had heard that it's even more than 9 craft that the CIA has in their possession. Nine craft, I think maybe is what you confirmed, but there are reports that it's perhaps far more than that. What do you say to that number of 9?
Yeah, so the source that Josh spoke to on that said at least 9. So the key
at least 9.
Yeah. So that came from one of those sources. I think Josh could provide greater context into that. Yeah.
Well, I would encourage our audience, have an open mind about it. Read the reports and read this Daily Mail report from Chris and his co-authors. I think it's amazing work, and we're just starting to really scratch the surface. I think 2023 has been a very important year for disclosure. So, Chris, great job on this. keep us abreast as you continue to peel this criminal onion apart, and we will feature it here on the show.
Thank you so much, Clayton.
Thank you so much for watching this segment here at Redacted. We are live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, trying to share the stories that the mainstream media will not cover. You should also come over and join our community of Redacted.
Story from the Daily. Can't help but grin. I mean, it's a big day for UFOs actually here in Washington, and we're going to peg it to this story from the Daily Mail. Now, before you say, oh, it's the Daily Mail, how can you believe it? Many of the people who wrote it have been long-time researchers, very well respected in the community. And furthermore, there's been a real mainstream media blackout on the story very recently. Don't forget that the whistleblower complaint from Dave Grush and others was rejected from the New York Times, from the Washington Post, from many other major outlets. So in some cases, this really comes down to who's willing to publish what seems to be a highly legitimate story. Let's put it up there then on the screen. This says that the CIA secret office, the Office of Global Access, which apparently is based here in the United States, a wing of the CIA has played a central role in collecting alleged 9 alien spacecraft crash sites from around the world. This is since 2003. Not necessarily that these have crashed since 2003, but they have played a role since 2003, quote, in orchestrating this collection. The 3 sources who spoke on condition of anonymity to avoid reprisals have been briefed by individuals involved in these alleged UFO retrieval missions. And the claims, though, as I'm reading from them, though they sound like they come from a science fiction novel, are part of a growing body of evidence suggesting that the government could indeed be hiding advanced vehicles that were not made by humans. They peg it to a major fight that remains going on here in Washington around the UFO transparency legislation. A lot of this is actually coming to head today while we are filming this. It won't be clear until the end. The TLDR really is this. The Senate passed a piece of legislation inside the NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act, includes all the funding for the Pentagon, which included an amendment that required transparency from the government. It was very specifically worded around what the government has knowledge-wise around UFOs. There has now been an effort inside the House of Representatives to try and kill that effort. Representative Tim Burchett, who's been a real leader for transparency, spoke with Tucker Carlson just yesterday about the cover-up here. Here's what he had to say.
That's really all I want is transparency. Where we're spending all this money on something, and where's it going, and why do they not trust the American public? Those are the things that people need to ask. You can, as I said at the hearing, I said we're not going to bring in a UFO, we're not going to bring in little green men, but what we want is transparency. And unfortunately, we don't have much of that in the United States Congress because they'll, oh, look, there's another shiny object over here. They'll misdirect us over here. They'll misdirect us over there. But I believe this community is very, very in tune to what's going on and the cover-up that's been going on.
So obviously Burchett, he is on the committee. He also has been denied multiple classified briefing rooms in order to get classified information from the UFO whistleblower, Dave Grush. And the chief opponent of this legislation has been one of his colleagues who is very, very influential on the committee. Here is what Representative Mike Turner, who has been that opponent, he was actually caught in the hallways of Congress yesterday. Here is what he claims is why he has opposition to the legislation. Let's take a listen.
We have heard that you had some opposition to that language. Is that true? And if it is, what are your objections to it?
Sure. Well, I've spoken to Senator Rounds about this directly, and I'm not holding up his provision at all. I do think it's a poorly drafted piece of legislation. Also, what I really find interesting about what I call the pro-alien caucus over here in the House, unlike you, not one of them has ever spoken to me about any of these issues. I mean, you and I are speaking. You would think that if this is that important of an issue to them, at least one member of the House who's advancing this cause would actually come up and substantively talk to me about this issue. No one has even raised it. Perhaps you might want to ask them why they haven't.
As I understand it, that is not 100% true in terms of the people like Anna Paulina Luna and even Democrats, Jared Moskowitz, others who have had objections. But Crystal, a lot of people are pointing to the fact that that congressman has some of the biggest donations from military-industrial complex and others, and a long relationship with the intelligence community. I am told, and I can only tell you this on background from people who are involved, just got an update from people intimately involved this morning, and here's what they had to say. They said that there's a lot of moving parts on the situation. If in terms of what will going on, they believe that they will overcome the hurdle on actually getting the legislation attached, but they're not 100% sure. So lots of stuff going on behind the scenes. It could be that the congressman's objections are legitimate, but from everyone I know who's involved behind the scenes in the process, he really has been doing this at the behest of the intelligence community. Another reason why
he doesn't really raise any objections.
Exactly.
He's just like, well, it's poorly crafted. By the way, why don't they talk to me? That's not really like a reason.
Some more inside baseball. One of the reasons why the intel community wanted to nuke this in the House and not in the Senate is because this was a priority for Senator Schumer, who's the majority leader.
Yeah.
So the CIA and all those others didn't want to piss off Schumer by going after what he was doing in the Senate. They're like, well, we have the Republicans in the House. We'll just use our stooges who are there to try and kill the legislation. But there's enough actually public, I would say not outrage per se, but enough people who are obsessed with this topic like me, who have been monitoring all of this and who have been calling and bringing attention. So it is certainly possible that we could prevail with this legislation to actually get transparency. So that's the subject of it all.
But tell me more about what you thought about this
Yeah.
Daily Mail report. I found it interesting. You know, they go into the description of what this office is supposed to be, the OGA. They talk about one of the guys who supposedly set up the office, how he described his job. He said he was responsible for leading and managing strategic unwarned access programs that deliver intelligence from the most challenging denied areas, and served as program manager with responsibility for the end-to-end system acquisition of an innovative news source and method for the intelligence community, which I enjoyed, like the ghoul speak, number one. But yeah, what'd you make of this report? I mean, again, like Daily Mail, you're like, I don't know, question marks, eyebrows raised.
Right.
But they have a lot of sources. And the thing that made me the most, I guess, skeptical of the CIA's story on this, or the fact that they, you know, deny that this is really going on, was some of that ghoul speak covering up what seems to be whatever is going on.
I'm glad you read that. That's exactly what I was going to point to. I'm like, point to me and tell me that's not the shadiest thing that you've ever heard. And again, it raises the question of, we're entering a binary world. It's like you're either involved in crash retrieval for foreign objects, China, Russia, India, who knows, one of the world's most advanced countries developed something which we allegedly had never heard of. It's never even showed up in research or any of these things, and the CIA is covering that up. That in itself is a scandal, you know. It's a secret U.S. government program. I've said this too. Then sure, release it. You know why? Because it would obviously have incredible commercial application, and we would all have to stop having to be on 16, 17-hour flights if you want to go to Asia. Or it is extraterrestrial. Now, of course, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. All of this is just even more 3 whistleblowers say, and enough people in the comments are going to be like, just show me the damn crap. I agree with you. That's why I support the legislation, because if that is going to lead to any sort of disclosure. The other point, though, that I would say is, after the JFK movie by Oliver Stone, incredible movie, came out in 1991, it led to the 1992 JFK Assassination Records Act, which required release over the next 20 years. And guess what? It's still 2023 and we don't have it. And the reason why is because there are very substantial interests in Washington and every White House since, in Congress and within the CIA, who don't want us to know that they were deeply involved in the assassination plot to kill Kennedy. So it's not like this is a perfect catch-all. I think this is actually equivalent really to that, which is another step.
It's a tool.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
and because that is a law on the books, then people like Jefferson Morley, who's a researcher, and affiliated organizations can go and say, you are in breach of the law you passed, of your congressionally mandated responsibilities. So they can use that as a cudgel then to try to secure additional documents. And, you know, they have not gotten everything, but they have been able to, you know, secure additional information that has been revelatory in terms of JFK's assassination. So, you know, without really having a dog in this fight, I'm just for transparency, and let's learn whatever whatever we
There you
can
go.
about whatever the hell is going on.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate always a neutral observer here on the story. So we'll continue to keep everybody updated. There's allegedly going to be a press conference sometime today. If it's big or anything like that, I'll give everybody an update. But I'm watching it closely. I'm talking a lot with the people who are involved on this. It's not actually that big.
Now, I'll play that information on those alleged CIA retrieving alien technology to get into this story. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Malaysian Airlines Flight 370, the one that disappeared years ago. This flight disappeared. They say it crashed into the Indian Ocean. Nobody ever believed that. It had some Chinese scientists on it who had some advanced technology with some chips. And you know, the US and China is at war with microchips that go into these phones and different things of that nature. And these Chinese scientists had come up with some advanced chips that was going to put them far ahead of the US. They was on this flight. And they also was in business with the Rothschilds or something. But I remember a report saying that after these Chinese scientists came up missing, or allegedly they said they died, the Rothschilds was sole owners over the technology. I'll never forget hearing about that. Okay, well, what does that have to do with today? Well, because of this. Let's get into this.
March 8th, 2014,
Remember what I
Malaysia
told you.
Air Flight 370 carrying 239 passengers and crew members flying from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing disappeared. The disappearance of this flight is now one of the greatest aviation mysteries of all time. And at the time of the disappearance, the authorities launched the largest aviation search in history. Investigators performed an intricate mathematical calculation that indicated where the plane would be within a margin of error. But after an extensive search that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, nothing of the plane was found. It seems the plane vanished in thin air. But of course, that's not possible. Or is it? Tonight's guest has been going viral. He has some pretty incredible claims about what happened that day. Ashton Forbes is the organizer of MH370X, a community-led, crowdsourced investigation group dedicated to solving the mystery of MH370 and the science behind what Ashton says is advanced technology that was deployed on the plane. Ashton is a government contractor with a security clearance unrelated to anomalous phenomenon. He says he's not bound by any NDAs and
No.
everything he reveals is publicly.
Now, I'm not saying I agree with this, but we need to look into this because I do believe that the United States government, the CIA, the Israelis, the Zionists, that they do have advanced technology that they have not allowed to get to the people. So what's going on is in this video, 4 orb-like things are going to start surrounding this plane, and then the plane gonna disappear. And the dude gonna explain to you how it happened, why it happened, and you are actually watching it happen because they are saying somehow it was taped, and they're saying, well, how did somebody record this? Because the U.S. military was recording it, and then the video got leaked somehow.
Publicly available information. Since he's come out with this extensive research, many have tried to debunk him, however, unsuccessfully. Now there's even a payment offering by Kim.com of $145,000 to anyone who can debunk what Ashton is about to claim. And before we get to the interview, let me tell you about tonight's sponsor. Imagine this: you slide into a pair of gravity defier shoes and suddenly you feel like
Lady, we don't want no shoes right now, man. I don't mean to be rude, but we're not here for that.
welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Kim, for having me, and thanks for your audience for listening in to the evidence we're going to present today.
Now, remember, Kim.com is a rich, they used to call him a hacker guy from Europe. He exposed the government on a lot of shit. You heard him. He has a big reward for anybody that can prove what this man's saying is fake. Do you get the money? Nobody has proved it yet.
Yeah, and if somebody's able to debunk it, they're able to get $145,000. Can you tell us about this this sort of bounty on the evidence? First off,
I've got to give credit to Kim.com. I didn't, talk to him ahead of time about this bounty, but he came up with this ingenious idea that he would put this $100,000 bounty out there, which now has been added to by the Investigate Earth podcast. They threw in a $20,000 on it. And then a wealthy donor reached out to me personally, got in touch with them, talked to them. Turns out they've run for higher office before, and they threw in another 25,000. Now, to be clear, for this bounty, you know, you can't put in a lazy debunk and say, "Oh, I think I found it from a 90s video game effect." If these were hoaxed, then there's somebody out there who made them, who is a master artist, who understands physics better than PhDs, understands engineering better than many engineers, and they have theoretically are going to have a hard drive full of the information and data that they use to put these masterpieces together. You need to find that person and you need to bring that source work to us, and you can collect $145,000. So there's no excuse for these debunkers. You got YouTubers out there that have 6 million subscribers. You know, you've got the resources to find this person. We've got hundreds of millions of impressions on social media. There's no excuse not to find them.
Okay, so let's get to the footage. Tell us about where this footage came from. This is, let's actually show this. So this is the original stereoscopic footage, right? So this is the side-by-side footage. And
Yes.
what we're seeing are,
So
we see the plane flying.
What you got to remember is two things finna take place. They want these scientists on this plane. America and the Zionists do. These are Chinese scientists who helping China get the ups on America in a chip factory, right? So they want these Chinese people for themselves. These people is somewhere in a lab working for the U.S. government under gunpoint. That's just truth. Okay, because the U.S. government kept saying, "Oh, the plane crashed. The plane crashed." No, the plane didn't crash. Now we know what y'all did with the plane. And the reason I showed that other alien stuff before I brought this video, because whether or not the United States can show you an alien body or whatever, you got to understand they have advanced technology they are not bringing to you, you know? And now this video is saying they use some of that to pull off this mission. So not only did they get the scientists, but the Rothschilds got to keep the patents for themselves that they because they was in business with these Chinese scientists. So once you hear the name Rothschild, you got to be like, oh yeah, they in on it.
So how do we know for sure that this is MH370?
Yeah. So the first indication is the only missing 777 that's out there. When you look at this satellite footage, we can see that it's light on the top and dark on the bottom, which is the same as Malaysian Airlines, which is white on the top with a red and white stripe and gray on the bottom. We can see these coordinates in the bottom left of the screen. It actually changes.
Y'all see them orbs that start circling
times as the perspective changes. It actually changes 8, but we can only see the coordinates in 6. Turns out that's the Nicobar Islands. This is actually the exact location where this plane was an agreed upon flight path by everybody until it turned into the South Indian Ocean, according to the official narrative, which we believe is just bunk and that there's plane just simply never went to the South Indian Ocean. In the thermal image as well, it's an exact overlay of MH370. So pretty much the least controversial aspect of this case is that that's MH370 in there. I think most people, if even the debunkers, would agree that there's really no other plane this could possibly be. It really needs to be this plane. Even while it's turning, we've shown that it's maxing out the capabilities of a 777-200 while in descent. If it wasn't descending, then it would actually be exceeding those maximum capabilities. So what we think we're seeing here, or actually I think what we know we're seeing, is we're seeing an emergency turn where this plane is potentially trying to do an emergency landing very low. And that's indicated by these cumulus clouds we see in the background. These cumulus clouds only form between 1,000 and 5,000 feet. So this plane has to be at a very low altitude.
Okay. So what is it? Why is it side by side footage? Why do we see two different images?
And there's a little bit of controversy about this side by side. Now, when we're looking at it, we do see two different angles. Initially, when I looked at this, I thought we must be seeing some duplicated footage for some reason.
Yeah, it looks like it's the same to me, like two of the same.
But it's slightly different. So
okay,
if this is, so this means that this is stereoscopic. Stereoscopic means you're looking at it with two different cameras, the same way with our eyes that we see with, two slightly different angles with our eyes where we can build a 3D image. And that's how human beings see. Same idea with the satellites here, but these satellites are in outer space. And so the idea here then is that they're so far away that you can barely see a difference, but we actually have several proofs, videos that are out there that show that if you flip between side A and side B, that you see the clouds from slightly different angles, parallax effect.
Right. Okay. So where did this come from?
The footage was originally posted by Regicide Anon account, which is a UFO uploader account. Dates all the way back, according to the Internet Archives.
Somebody from the U.S. government leaked this to expose what's going on. That's how they got it.
To either March 12th, 2014, if you believe the received date in the description of the Regicide Anon video, or the published date of that video says May 19th, 2014, which is just 72 days after the event. We believe that
Okay,
that
so this
long
was
period of
uploaded
time-
to YouTube.
Yes,
This was
uploaded to YouTube by this account. And the
Uh-huh.
second video of the drone was uploaded. It says received June 5th, 2014, published June 12th, 2014. So there's much less of a lag time in that second video.
Okay. So the thinking is that somebody uploaded this on March 12th, but then they hesitated on publishing and they didn't publish it until May. That's the thinking.
That's the current thinking, yes.
Okay. And then do we know where this, like, which satellites were that took this footage or, because then
So-
it would look at this and say, oh, it's clearly faked. Right? That's what
Yeah, a lot of
would
people look at that.
automatically
And
think.
even I saw the drone footage back in 2014. We know that there's thousands of people that saw these videos back in 2014 as well. We've even been able to find a Reddit thread just as of the last couple of days that date back 8 years that describe these videos as well from two different perspectives. And we were able to reverse engineer and figure out what satellite was in the area. USA 229 is a NOS, Naval Ocean Surveillance Satellite pair, not just one, but two satellites right next to each other that were in the area looking down at the Nicobar Islands at 1840 UTC on March 7th, 2014, staring right at the agreed upon flight path of the plane. Not only that, we looked through the press conferences and we actually got the Malaysian Minister of Defense asking a question where somebody asked, we know there's US spy satellites in the regions. Have you been in contact with them? And he responds, yes, yes. Pretty much giving away the game there, telling us that the United States government 100% had imagery of the plane in the area where they supposedly claim it turned into the South Indian Ocean, where we're claiming that this footage was taken.
Okay. And these orbs. So what's interesting about this footage is that there's these 3 orbs flying around this plane, and then the plane seems to vanish. So that's what that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and we dug into this. We looked through a few different possibilities of what type of event we could be seeing. First of all, could it be cloaking? The problem with cloaking is that we see this smoke or exhaust that's coming out of the back of the plane stop the moment that the plane disappears. If it was a cloaking event, you would be able to cloak potentially all aspects of the plane, but you wouldn't be able to cloak the byproduct of the plane. Then early on, I
Okay.
thought, well, this had to be annihilation, that this plane's just being destroyed somehow, deatomized to some degree.
Yeah.
But the problem there is that if we go back to high school physics, we remember that E equals mc squared, which means that every bit of mass has a huge amount of potential energy in it. So if this plane is being destroyed the same way that a nuclear bomb would work, it's going to release so much energy that it would destroy part of the planet. Certainly a lot more than we see from these zaps that we see in both videos. Now, lastly, what that leaves then is a teleportation event. Now, teleportation is a crude approximation of what we'd be talking about. I don't like to refer to it as teleportation or even a wormhole. Really, what we're talking about is a macroscopic phase conjugation, macroscopic quantum coherence. So this plane is undergoing a phase state change. And this is the reason why these clouds nearby don't get blasted away. This is the reason why the clouds don't get sucked in, because we're not dealing with a type of black hole. We're dealing with something that is more akin to what we see when we look at the double slit experiment, which is the most mysterious experiment in physics, that there's a wave function that breaks down when we observe. And if we can reverse that to some degree in physics, then what we can do is we can have the plane move from a definitive point to a probabilistic point, essentially like cheating in a video game, where you can just move from one location to the other. Now, the engineers that I've been talking to, because I believe that these videos are real, we can explain every aspect of these videos, including the science, state that essentially what can happen here is that you can build, from a layman's term, kind of a bubble around the plane to cause it to undergo this phase state change, where then it can be quantum entangled. These 3 orbs can be quantum entangled to a 4th orb that can be in a different location. It can accelerate to superluminal speeds, speed of light or beyond, which is why we don't see it in the cameras, which have a fixed frame rate. It's moving so fast that we can't even see it happen. And then it's going to appear at the location of this fourth orb in potentially the very near future.
So, I mean, and I am not a scientist, I'm not a physicist, so this is very difficult for people like me to totally grasp. But just in layman's terms, so did an alien abduct this airplane? Was that what we're saying, that that aliens came and took the plane?
That is definitely not what I'm saying. And I think that
Okay.
a lot of people want to kind of be able to put down the investigation by claiming that they think the aliens took the plane. What I'll say is that when I first saw these videos, I was so blown away at what I potentially was seeing if they were real that even I thought this must be non-human intelligence. It must be technology that's thousands of years more advanced than we are. As I've dug into the case and followed the evidence using the scientific method, coming up with a hypothesis, matching the evidence, trying to figure out what makes the most sense, come to realize that this is most likely our technology. This is US government technology on here. Some of the strongest evidence is that the people who are filming this, the big question people ask is, why are they filming? We're filming for intelligence purposes. Why is there a drone there that can't catch the plane? Because the drone intercepted the plane. Why are we filming before the orbs even show up? Because this is an operation. Why does the drone zoom out right before the zap happens in the drone video? Again, because they're expecting it. When I dug into the technology, started talking with engineers, I ended up having to create my own podcast because people wanted to talk to me about it, physicists and engineers, because they tell me we can explain this. That in my mind, what we're looking at here is we're looking at third-party contractors' technology. If I had to guess, I'd say it's Lockheed Martin's technology. Now, in my mind, we can't be this
No.
secretly advanced.
He say third party, man. It's the Zionists, the Khazarians, bro. The Rothschilds. They hiding behind U.S. government. Somebody U.S. government know this. That's why they leaked this video. Nah. It's them people. The small hat people got that damn technology. That's who
Without
got it.
help. So I would speculate that there is some type of reverse engineering program out there consistent with what whistleblower David Grush has told to Congress, who he sounds credible to me. I think it's a very high risk to speak to Congress under penalty of perjury. So I don't really have any reason not to believe him. And as I've looked into UFOlogy these last 5 or 6 years since I've become interested in it, does seem like there's something there. So, that I can't say with certainty this is a reverse engineering program situation, but I do think 100% in my mind that we are looking at terrestrial human technology. And it may even be possible, although I put a very low probability, that we have actually gotten this advanced since we split the atom in the 40s. I don't think we've been doing nothing for the last 90 years.
So the reason why you think this is not alien and is because the fact that the cameras were there watching this as if they were looking for this event specifically. And if it was like an unknown alien event, then it wouldn't have been so obviously captured on video, is what you're saying.
Yeah, either we got really lucky and we just happened to catch
Yeah.
this non-human event, 1 in a bazillion chance, or this was just an operation they were ready to go with it the whole time.
Okay. Because right now, how many cameras do we have on this event? 3? When you consider
So we have at
that
least
there's
2,
2
maybe
eyes.
3. Mhm.
Okay, so 2, when you look at the stereoscopic footage, that could be like 2 cameras from one device, right? Looking at
Yeah,
it.
if it's
So
2
that would be
cameras,
like
then
one
it's
device.
Yeah, if it is, then it's USA 229, where we've got the sister satellite right next to USA 229, looking down, capable of taking this 3D stereoscopic imagery, and then we've got this MQ-1C Gray Eagle. We believe these are being connected by the SIGINT system, where this is a signals intelligence system of basically an internet of military assets that are communicating to one another that can relay this information to AWACS, which are these radar planes that we have out there, where you've got 20 people inside these planes with television screens, and they're able to control and look at this intelligence and then relay this intelligence to leadership in military.
Okay, so we've got 2 different cameras who've picked this up. These have been uploaded by 2 different accounts, right?
Same
is
account,
that
but
right?
other
That-
accounts have also uploaded
Oh,
them.
same
So
account.
Regicide Anon
Okay.
uploaded both of these footage. There could be earlier footage out there, but if there is, the Internet Archive doesn't have it. These are the earliest ones that we can find. There were later versions that were uploaded of both of these videos, and at least some of them are in higher quality, which would indicate that neither of them was the potential source, that there was a third-party source of the footage.
Uh-huh.
And that, again, kind of goes to the credibility of the situation. The Regicide Anon account in it not only does it have the receive date, it also says source protected. Their other videos don't say source protected. They say source email submission. And so this would indicate that they even potentially had to be convinced that what they were looking at was real. They might not have known. And even the person that leaked the videos might not have known that they were looking at terrestrial technology. The video description is very vague. It says satellite video, airliner, and UFOs. Now, if this is somebody that knew that this was advanced US contractor technology, why wouldn't they have said advanced technology instead of UFOs? And why doesn't it say MH370 in it?
So you think the person who leaked these videos was just somebody in the military who saw this and thought, oh my gosh, aliens? So I got to show the world these, another alien sighting sort of
More
video.
than that, I think that they probably thought this is the only way we're ever going to get the truth of MH370. They had an emotional reaction. If they gave this footage to Regicide Anon within 4 days, then they were most likely there that night. This has to be a U.S. military personnel. If they have two different assets from U.S. Intelligence, they would have to be very high in the security clearance and have compartmentalized access. They cropped out the drone in the satellite video. It's just off the screen to the top of the screen. They removed the HUD data in the drone video, which we believe comes from a Raytheon multispectral targeting camera. They also thermalized that. Not only did they remove the HUD data, but they thermalized it. And when they're cropping out all this information, removing this information, it seems like they're trying to minimize the damage to U.S. intelligence, but they leave the coordinates there. They want us to know exactly the location of this plane. And then it would be easy to figure out because this is the agreed upon location of the craft. Now, if this was a hoax, it would have all fallen apart the moment we find a plane, right? But this isn't 2014, 2015 anymore. This is 2023, and the official search found literally nothing. Not above or below water.
Yeah.
We searched everywhere.
Been some that have attempted to debunk you and what you're claiming. This is from a Corridor Crew. So I've never seen these guys before, but they are, I think, a team of visual effects artists. Is that right? These guys do visual effects for a living. And so they're
Yeah, I
trying
think
to
that's
say
a
that, oh,
generous
this is
statement.
just.
These are guys who have debunked the DoD Navy videos as well. So going into it, they already didn't really have any credibility. I mean, if you're trying to debunk real DoD declassified videos, then it seems like you probably already have a bias. But yeah, let's go into some of their claims.
Okay, so here's one of their clips. They said let's go ahead and play this clouds one. The clouds are not moving.
After analyzing this footage, it became clear to me that this is visual effects. The thing that stands out most to me is we go back to that first clip. Let's look at the background. Are we a satellite? Assume we're a satellite. Do you know something weird about the background?
Oh, that the clouds are not evolving in any way, shape, or form.
Nothing's evolving.
It's a still frame.
It's a still frame. Thank you, Ren. Hey guys, how fast do satellites go?
17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Would you jump to footage of the International Space Station?
Oh, damn!
Look, the fact of the matter is that's satellite footage. The satellite needs to be moving. It can't be static. There would be parallax between the clouds and the ground. That's a big one.
Okay, so what do you say to that, to the clouds not moving?
First of all, it's hard to take anybody seriously who's looks like Geordie LaForge with those types of glasses on. Those are not serious people that we're talking about here. But the space station is about half the distance to the Earth as the satellites are. The system that we're looking at here is the space-based infrared system, which is a Google Earth video playback. When you're looking at Google Earth, do you see the satellites move? No, you don't. We have actually already proven twice over that the clouds actually do move. There's just very slight movement in the clouds because satellites, the information that's being sent is very far away, 1,000 kilometers away, as well as the fact that the perspective changes 8 times in this video. You see the perspective change constantly. So we're only looking at any one part for only a few seconds there. But even given all this, we were able to create 2 different videos that show conclusively that the clouds are moving. From the parallax perspective, we have 2 other videos that prove that there is parallax between the left and the right screen that we're seeing on that satellite video over to the right. So just right off the bat, these guys have already gotten 2 things wrong. It's frankly embarrassing for these guys because they've obviously put no effort whatsoever into looking into the case or anything about it. And they created this propaganda video that's meant to like get people to make it seem like a joke, which shows just dishonest intent right across the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is the video that shows up. And the way I found it was that when you go through Twitter and you actually start looking at the information that you've presented, there's always a community note often, and that community note says this has already been debunked, and then it links to this video. So here's another one that they say that the thermal shows that the explosion blast is cold, and also that you shouldn't be able to see the contrails in the thermal footage. So here's what they say about that.
But you know what? That doesn't rule out that thermal shot, right? What's up with that thermal shot? Thermal cameras, like they don't have grain. It's not underexposed footage. And if there's any sort of noise pattern, notice it's a fixed noise pattern. It's the idea of like your image is under almost like a dirty lens.
How do you make it look like it's thermal? Well, there's a filter in After Effects called Colorama. What Colorama does is it goes, all right, let's take black to white, and instead of do black to white, we're going to fill it in with different colors along the way, a rainbow, a spectrum. And then, you know, that looks like thermal footage, it's just not accurate. However, in this case, we see the engines are hot, so maybe you go in, touch up the engines, give them a little, track some like heat points on there. One weird thing I'm noticing with the thermals is on that shockwave in the second clip, like how cold is that shockwave?
Wait, because
like is that like a zero? And so I'm confused why it's so dark when like we clearly see the engines are like hot points. We're getting the yellows, the reds.
Because if it's a super dark hole, why is it so bright there? And then in the other one, it's like a pitch black abyss.
The crazy thing about thermals is they see through mist and smoke and all that kind of stuff. If we look at this clip from Veritasium, we can't see them because photons can't pierce the fog, but that deep infrared, that long wavelength infrared goes right through it. The fog is invisible to infrared. So those plain contrails shouldn't even be showing up on thermal.
Okay, so what do you say to their claims there?
So first of all, it's not contrails. They're already wrong about that because it's too low for contrails. So that means it can only be exhaust or smoke. And you can see those things on thermal, especially if it's lithium-ion batteries having a chemical reaction as they're battling this lithium-ion battery fire. I think there's no issue with seeing the smoke. When the plane, the drone goes underneath the trail, you can actually see it stack up. You can actually see it get denser as well, which is something that would be very difficult to fake. The noise pattern is natural noise pattern because what we're looking at is an electro IR camera. It's not a thermal camera. This is the same false claim that they made when I was on the podcast last week where they tried to catch me with this video. They didn't even come up with anything new actually in this. The electro IR camera is most likely a Raytheon advanced multispectral targeting camera. The thermal layer was actually manually added in by the leaker, and it actually removes some of the detail. We were able to strip that manually using editing software. You can see more detail in the clouds. Again, the clouds do move, and you can actually see the clouds in the background that are very accurate volumetric clouds, extremely difficult to fake. The cold event, the reason why it's cold is because it's an endothermic event. It's at the lowest temperatures. This is how you are enabled to induce this phase transition. This is how we can potentially get the macroscopic quantum coherence event to happen, because what it does is it breaks these electrons apart from their equilibrium state and allows them to self-organize and cohere. And when they cohere into a matter wave, now you're able to allow this event to occur. The reason why it's not dark in the satellite video is because that is a false color IR. Again, it's a Google Video Earth playback. The other false statement they didn't even make in this one, but they've made in the previous one, is they thought it was daytime. It's actually nighttime in both these videos. It's 2:40 a.m. And that false color IR, the whole point of it from the military perspective is battlefield awareness. If it was pitch black, you're not going to be able to do the intended purpose of the SBIR system, which is tracking missiles, boats, and planes, just like we see here. The reason why we're seeing whiter clouds at the top is there's more IR radiation at the top of clouds than at the bottom of them. So this essentially, I think, addresses every single one of their points. The last thing I want to point out is their recreation is laughably bad. They make several claims in that video that they could recreate this in 1 hour or 5 hours. It would have taken less time for them to do that than to make this silly video they made where they look like goofballs sitting on a couch. That's not how serious people address videos. If you watch me when I'm doing my work, I'm not sitting on a couch trying to make fun of people. That's just what propaganda is. So if they really could have remade it, they would have done it. It seems like what they did was they tried to remake it. They came laughably short. They realized that nobody was going to look at that video and think that they recreated it, and then decided to go sit on the couch and, you know, make a bunch of silly claims.
Right, right. And they actually showed how they would do it themselves. Here's the clip of that.
The underlying footage is CGI. It's a 3D render.
On top of a still frame of clouds.
On top of a still frame of clouds, and the reason it is the particle effect, the trail from the plane. Those are sprites overlaid on top of each other, giving us this additive stacked opacity, which creates that buildup and the highlight that we see there. If we were to do a volumetric smoke simulation of a similar trail like that, you would see that it doesn't overlap and it has more consistent values across the whole arc, not just where it's, occluding itself. It's a CGI render.
Setting this up in 3D is almost trivially simple. You lay a path, you set an object to follow the path, you get a little triple helix for the other objects that come in, put a particle emitter for the contrails.
I'd be curious to see when this came out versus when the Sprite Trail tutorial on Video Copilot came out. I think it was roughly around this time.
Okay. I think that their most, the claim that they make that is the most viable is about the stock footage from the 90s of an explosion that looks just like the shockwave in the footage. So let's go ahead and watch that. And then I think this is the one that's the toughest to debunk from the debunkers. So let's watch this video.
Do we have this shockwave on our server?
We do now, actually.
Wait, what?
We didn't. Some people on Reddit did. This is a stock footage clip from the 90s.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's the clip from the video, and here is the stock footage.
It's
perfect! It's perfect!
Cinderella, baby.
Cinderella, man.
That's it.
Slip right on.
Wow. An ISA, dude, an identified stock asset.
Some people have said, pixels don't match perfectly. And you know what? Of course they don't match perfectly. I don't have the exact settings that the artist used, but if you look at it, it's the exact same.
So
okay, so
of
what do you
course
say
they
to
match
that?
perfectly, but they don't match perfectly. I think that's a direct quote that I just heard, which is a direct contradiction. But I want to address the thing they said before is, first of all, remember they show this janky recreation. They say they could easily make it, but then they completely fail. It looks completely fake there. It's a recreation attempt. We already proved the clouds are moving in the background. So that also says that it's not still clouds over the background. The motion blur that's added, they actually add their motion blur in post, while the real video's motion blur and rolling shutter is caused by a zooming effect that increases with the amount of zoom. And the physics of their jet versus the real ones that we see, their jet is wrong. And that's one of the hardest parts to recreate. Now, according to that VFX debunk they found out, they didn't even have it. It doesn't match. They even admit that it doesn't match. And they say, well, of course it's not perfect. But, again, if the pixels matched, I always just tell people to shut down that argument. How many pixels match? And that ends it, because it would have to be a 100% match. The thing as well that we saw when they show the full effect is the full effect is not even remotely close to our video. What the dishonest disinformation attempt has been is to try to line up one frame. And even when they did the comparison there, they actually dishonestly did not compare the one frame to ours. They're actually, at that point there, they're not comparing that single frame. They're comparing a edited version that they made where they tried to make it match. As you see from that very last event there, screenshot, where you can see the real effect, you can tell very clearly that there are a bunch of different explosions and dots that are coming out of it that are not the same. So what they've done is they've tried to line up the edge as best as possible in a deceptive way to make people think that, oh, this one frame is similar. But the reality is all dispersal patterns are the same, dispersion patterns. We've been able to compare this to an ink blot. In fact, one of the earliest debunks was claiming that this effect was an exact match to an ink blot. We've also been able to compare it to supernova effects. The reality is all of these types of dispersions all are going to be able to do this situation where you can match them together. I've even got one that shows that a donut is a better match than this effect that they've put out there. So again, this is what I always like to say as a statement of fact, not an opinion. That visual effect is not in our videos. They haven't proven that it is from this. They've said their opinion that it looks similar. That's not a fact. They admitted right there that it's not a perfect match, even though they claimed right beforehand that in their opinion it was. And if anyone wants to prove me wrong, it's really, really simple. Just find the person that supposedly hoaxed these, this Banksy person who apparently hoaxed these, get the source files. They're going to have a whole hard drive full of source files and work that they did to build up to these perfect videos. And then you can earn yourself $145,000. In my opinion, people that have that amount of reach, that should be the only thing they're focused on.
simmering down really nice. Thank you so much for choosing us from the USA, United Kingdom, Jamaica, Tobago, Trinidad. I see you from all over Africa, Malawi, Somalia, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Botswana. Thank you so much, fellas. Thank you. Okay. So, I remember a while back, I was talking to my sister. My sister is a widow. She lost her husband. Peace be with him. A while back, she was talking to her son, and her son was trying to present some issues, some difficulties he had with his friend. So his son is very passive, very easy, very calm, doesn't talk, doesn't react. And she was like, yeah, you must just be quiet. If they bother you, don't react, just sit down and go speak to the professor or the teacher if somebody bothers you. And so I was like, oh, Sisi, stop. No. If somebody touches your face, you push them back. You hear me? I was talking to my nephew now. If somebody dares come next to you, you push them back to the place. You tell them, if you touch me again, you're going to be sorry. It's nice to be nice. It's better to be strong. Nice and strong. So you have to be strong first, then be nice. Don't just be nice. People don't respect nice. Fellas, people don't respect niceness. You always have to set boundaries, limits. Dude, I'm understanding what you're trying to do here. But if you cross this line, you're going to be sorry. People only respect that. Okay. So we have a situation here. Thank you very much for that. We have a situation here where North Korea is reacting to the United States of America. So basically, Kim Jong-un, who is the president. I know I murdered his name. I do it all the time. The president of North Korea, he has got a sister. Okay, he's got a sister that's very close, very similar to him. So Kim Jong-un's sister rejects U.S. offer for dialogue. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, she rejects U.S. offer. So U.S. comes and say, let's talk. How many times you hear U.S. say, okay, we want to talk? Come, we enemies, but let's talk. How many times you hear the USA say that? How many times? They don't say that. They come to your country and they F you up, right? Okay, but now they want to discuss. Let's talk. So Kim's sister rejects U.S. offer of dialogue with North Korea and vows to send more satellites, to launch more satellites. Kim Jong-un dismissed U.S. condemnation of the North recent spy satellite launch and said it will never sit face-to-face with the United States for talks and sees as threatening its sovereignty. They say they will never sit with the USA for talks. They see the United States threatening its sovereignty. That's very, very strong. So for context, the North Koreans have launched a spy satellite. Okay, they've launched a satellite to see the world. Many other countries have satellites. Okay, it's never been an issue. North Korea, I think we spoke about it a while back, went and discussed with Russia, okay, and said, okay, we're going to give you ammunition since you're struggling in Ukraine. We're going to send you ammunition. You give us the technology. Because North Korea tried twice to send a satellite on board. It never worked. Okay, it failed drastically. Now, with Russian support, they've been able to do it. Just a week ago, they launched a satellite. And they claim to have pictures of the White House and pictures of the Pentagon and some US bases. Now, that's scary. That's scary. So let's just think about it. All these years, US has never said, come, let's have a talk. They've never said that. Let's have a discussion. They've never said that. Now they have satellites flying all over the US. Now they want to have a talk. Interesting. What lesson is in there? We're going to jump into that. The powerful sister of the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un, on Thursday dismissed U.S. calls for return to diplomacy. U.S. begging for diplomacy? You heard of that before? And she lambasted its condemnation of the North Korean recent spy satellite launch, vowing more launches in violation of the U.S. ban. So they're going to send more satellites. While you are trying to say, okay, we condemn you sending satellites, they say we're going to send more satellites. And by the way, we don't want to talk to you because you're threatening people's security. How strong is that? I bet the father of these kids was something else. I mean, how do you put so much mental strength in your children in this level? They are ready to fight to the end with the biggest, most powerful under brackets, army in the world, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so during UN Security Council meeting, it was very hot. During the UN Security Council meeting, the North Korean, you will notice the North Korean representative was speaking in English. He didn't need no translation, okay? He was punching. He actually said, okay, so you're saying we shouldn't send satellites, we should send ballistic satellites for spy satellites for North Korea. How did the US send it? Did they throw it via balloon or did they throw it with the catapult? This guy is very funny. It's unbelievable. Like being cocky and funny at the same time.
The United States keeps insisting that the DPRK is in the violation of the Security Council resolution because it has used ballistic missile technology for its satellite launch. Then I have the question. Is the United States launching its satellite with a balloon or catapult? DPRK's launch of the reconnaissance satellite is to get clear picture of the dire military moves of the United States and its follow so that we could be fully prepared for them.
PRK isn't responding to U.S. or allied military activity. No. The DPRK is unabashedly trying to advance its nuclear weapons delivery systems by testing ballistic missile technology in clear violation of this council's resolutions.
So during the UN Security Council meeting earlier this week, the US ambassador to the United States, Linda Thomas Griffin, called North Korean satellite launch as reckless and hopeful. Reckless and hopeful that you're doing exactly what we do. It's reckless. You shouldn't do what we do. He said this action threatens a neighbor of North Korea, but she reiterated that the US offers dialogue without any precondition, saying North Korea can choose the timing and the topic. What you're doing is reckless. Sending a satellite is reckless. We have satellite, spy satellite. But what you do, since you want to do like us, you are reckless. But we're offering dialogue. Let's have a chat. You can choose where and when we can talk about it. And you can choose the subjects too. So Kim's sister and senior official rejected the U.S. overture and threatened more satellite. They say you can keep your talk with yourself. We know how you operate. We're not willing to do that. Okay, we're not ready for that. We're not going to talk with you. No. You've been a bully. Sorry, USA. You've been acting some type of way. Some people feel that you're a bully. You've been bullying, so no. We've grown our own muscles now, so no, we don't want to talk. Not now. The sovereignty and independent states can never be an agenda item for negotiations, she says. And therefore, North Korea will never sit face to face with the US for that purpose. It can never be a negotiation. It is our sovereignty. They said the reason why they launched satellite, it's because they want to protect themselves from the United States. You hear that? Now you tell me, are they right to say we want to protect ourselves? Do they have a point? I mean, if you look into the past, let's look into the past. I mean, what happened in Iraq? They said Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. They went and destroyed Iraq completely.
I take the threat very seriously. I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously.
Then later on, George Bush came. So, okay, so we were misled. We didn't find any. We're still looking for those weapons. After how many millions of Iraqi were sacrificed? They said Afghanistan and things. What happened in Afghanistan? What happened in Syria and many other countries? Should we blame a country that say, you know what, we don't want you to do that in our country by acquiring nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles and spy satellites? I don't think so. If you see a dude beating up everybody for no reason or unjustified reason, at least in the case of Iraq, are you not going to learn some jiu-jitsu or some boxing or at least get a gun or something to protect yourself? You surely will do that, right? Now, the reason why we don't have a fair world, because the world is not fair, fellas. It's not fair. Things that happen in the United Nations are not fair. Okay, what's happening in some people in the world right now is not fair. And people are turning a blind eye to it. It is not fair. We live in a world not of justice, but in a world of whoever has the strength, whoever has the power, decides what is fair, what is democracy. That's how it is. And I think the North Koreans understand that very, very well. The bottom line is this. They understood if they stayed quiet, had no weapons, guess what would have happened? They would have attacked already. I'm sure you're asking yourself, how come after, all these countries, NATO, how come they've never attacked North Korea? How come they went to Syria? They went to many other places. Yugoslavia, they went to Iraq. How come they've never gone to North Korea? Even though they say it's a threatening country. I don't know who North Korea has threatened. Oh, North Korea has never threatened anybody. In fact, the reality is North Koreans and South Koreans were one people, history-wise. They were one people. It's just after World War II that the North was kept by the communists and the South was kept more by people like Western nation Americans and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, there was a war. They forced them to separate. They forced them to quit each other. But the Northern people have cousins in the South. The Southern people have cousins in the North. They are the same people. They seem the same language. But they cut them because of profit. Now, they say, why should you have the nuclear weapons and we shouldn't? Come on. Who are you? Why should you have those whatever ballistic missiles and we shouldn't? We are a free country. We can defend ourselves. Who are you? Why should we not have spy satellites if you can see everybody everywhere in the world? You can have it, but we can't have it. It's unacceptable. And this is a pushback that's very strong. But in the same time, US is condemning. In the same time, they say, okay, so we want to talk. They say, no, we don't want to talk with you. Stay there. No, that's a sign of somebody that trusts themselves. Again, where's Africa right now? Why isn't Africa developing its own defense? The reason why Africa is at the back seat right now in the world because we have no defense, no protection. Africans are fighting each other for money. Yes. The reason why, if you are an African, you're looking to leave Africa, going to another country, it's because your politicians are thieves and their family member will never stand against them in order for everybody to be fine. Africans in general, they will blame the politician. They will say, okay, you're not running the country correctly until they start getting money for themselves. Then they shut up. Let me say that again. You see a lot of Pan-Africanists, a lot of people fighting for Africans, a lot of people saying things, oh, well, the president is wrong. The president is not doing right. Until the president sends them something, a package or some money. Once they have money, they shut up. They don't talk anymore. Now, when are you going to develop your army? When are you going to develop your weapons? When are you going to develop your defense? We can't even develop our own pharmaceutical stuff. Remember, during COVID, we all sat in Africa like kids, hoping that some Messiah will come from Europe. That's what the situation was. We sat home expecting help to come from USA or Canada. Guess what? Some countries bought the entirety of the vaccine. Do you remember? While we were sitting here waiting. Africa needs to develop cybersecurity. Africa needs to develop technology. Africa needs to develop weaponry, army. Africa needs to develop defense. Africa needs to invest. And this is the only way we're going to be respected. Thank you very much, fellas. Kim Yo-hong dismissed the U.S. condemnation, say it's absolutely nonsense. They have the right to launch a satellite, and they're going to launch more. They have the right to launch spy satellite, and they have pictures of the White House. They have pictures of the Pentagon. Now, Americans came forward. There was a defense person from the USA that came forward. He said, now, they may have these pictures. Guess what? There are many pictures of the White House in the internet. There are many pictures of the Pentagon in the internet. That's how he's dismissing the claim of North Koreans, saying that they have pictures of the White House.
So we are aware that the DPRK's launch of a space launch vehicle was conducted. We're aware that it did enter into orbit and that it involved ballistic missile technology. But beyond that, at this point, I'm not going to have any further details to provide.
Oh, no, well, they can show you whatever pictures. There are many pictures on the internet. Does not make any sense. Oh, no, there are many pictures of me in the internet. Even if you have a picture of me taken with your phone, but okay, there are many pictures. You might have taken it from the internet to say. Let me know how you feel about this.
Cool, follow me.